Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. The camping trip had been circled on my calendar for weeks, a small reprieve from the overwhelming demands of adult life. As I packed my gear on that crisp October morning in 2023, I felt the stress of the previous months beginning to dissolve. At 34, these escapes into nature had become increasingly precious, rare opportunities to disconnect and remember what genuinely mattered. Jason, Kevin, and I had planned meticulously, though not extravagantly. Our destination was a remote section of Tennessee wilderness, far from designated campgrounds or hiking trails, the kind of place where cell service disappeared and modern conveniences became distant memories. The three of us had been organizing these excursions since our college days, though our responsibilities had made them increasingly infrequent. "Everything packed?" my wife asked, leaning against the doorframe as I loaded the final supplies into my weathered backpack. "I believe so," I replied, mentally checking off essentials. "Just a simple overnight: tent, sleeping bag, food, and enough beer to ensure good conversation." She smiled, but I noticed the subtle concern in her eyes. "Just be careful out there. The weather forecast mentioned potential storms." I nodded reassuringly. "We'll be fine. Jason checked the radar this morning. Any precipitation should miss us by at least 50 miles. The drive to our meeting point took nearly an hour, winding through progressively narrower roads until civilization seemed to recede in my rearview mirror. Jason's truck was already parked at our designated spot, and Kevin pulled in moments after I arrived. "Ready for some proper isolation?" Jason grinned as we transferred our gear to his vehicle for the final leg of the journey. His enthusiasm was infectious, always had been since our freshman year roommate days. Kevin, characteristically more reserved, methodically checked his equipment. "Map shows the spot about 7 miles up this Forest Service road. Should be perfect. No registered campsites for at least 3 miles in any direction." The implications of that isolation hadn't yet registered as we bounced along the deteriorating dirt road, laughing and recounting stories from previous adventures. The forest grew increasingly dense around us, ancient trees blocking out significant portions of daylight and creating an enclosed corridor that seemed to swallow us whole. None of us recognized the unsettling weight of that seclusion yet. The woods watched our intrusion with patient interest as we drove deeper into their domain, unaware that we were leaving safety far behind us. The Forest Service road eventually deteriorated into little more than a rough trail, forcing Jason to navigate with extreme caution to avoid damaging his vehicle's undercarriage. Massive tree roots had erupted through the soil, creating natural obstacles that required our full attention. The thick canopy above filtered the afternoon sunlight into dappled patterns that shifted eerily across the dashboard. "Should be just ahead," Kevin announced, consulting the GPS coordinates he'd marked before losing signal entirely. "There's supposed to be a small clearing near a seasonal creek." When we finally reached our destination, the area appeared perfect, almost suspiciously so. A natural opening in the dense forest created a roughly circular clearing approximately 30 yards in diameter. The remnants of a fire ring indicated previous human presence, though it appeared long abandoned. "Someone's been here before," I observed, kneeling to examine the old charcoal remains. "But not recently." Jason shrugged, already unloading equipment from the truck. "That's reassuring, actually. Means it's a good spot. Let's set up before we lose more daylight." We fell into our well-established routine. Kevin assembled the tent, Jason gathered firewood, and I unpacked our supplies and prepared the cooking area. The efficiency of long practice had us fully established within an hour. As evening approached, we concentrated on building a substantial fire. October nights in these mountains could drop to near freezing temperatures. The flames provided welcome warmth, as darkness enveloped the forest. We positioned our camp chairs in a semicircle, cracked open our first beers, and settled into the comfortable familiarity of long-established friendship. Stars gradually appeared overhead, more numerous and brilliant than anything visible near the light pollution of our everyday lives. "Remember our first trip out here?" Jason asked, stoking the fire with a long branch. "Senior year, when we got completely lost because Kevin insisted he could navigate without a map?" Kevin laughed, accepting the mockery with good nature. "We were only lost for 3 hours. Besides, we found that abandoned hunter's cabin. That was worth the detour." The conversation flowed naturally, punctuated by the crackling fire and occasional distant wildlife sounds. We reminisced about previous adventures, shared updates on career developments, and avoided discussing the increasingly complicated aspects of our adult lives. The isolation felt therapeutic rather than threatening, a deliberate disconnect from responsibilities and expectations. As midnight approached, the temperature dropped significantly. We added the last substantial logs to the fire and retreated to our tent, arranging our sleeping bags in the familiar configuration. The forest had grown strangely quiet, I realized. No owls, no rustling vegetation, no scurrying nocturnal creatures. Just absolute stillness, interrupted only by our own movements. "Unusually quiet tonight," I remarked as we settled in. "Always is this deep in," Jason replied through a yawn. "One of the reasons I love it out here." Within minutes, their breathing had slowed into the rhythm of sleep. I lay awake slightly longer, listening to the profound silence and watching shadowy tree branches create abstract patterns on the tent fabric. When sleep finally claimed me, it was deep and dreamless. Morning arrived with diffused gray light filtering through the tent walls. I blinked awake, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings before remembering where we were. Jason and Kevin remained motionless in their sleeping bags, their breathing deep and regular. My watch displayed 6:17 a.m., earlier than I typically rose, but normal during these outdoor excursions when artificial light no longer dictated our schedules. The temperature had dropped considerably overnight. My breath formed visible clouds as I carefully extracted myself from my sleeping bag, trying not to disturb my companions. The fire had reduced to faintly glowing embers, barely radiating any heat. I shivered, pulling on an additional layer before unzipping the tent entrance. Outside, the forest remained wrapped in early morning stillness. A thin layer of ground fog hovered between the trees, creating an ethereal boundary between earth and air. Dew had accumulated on every surface, transforming spider webs into intricate crystal structures between branches. The beauty of it momentarily captured my attention. Nature's delicate artistry displayed without human interference. My immediate priority was restarting the fire and preparing coffee. I recalled seeing the coffee pot in Jason's truck the previous evening, so I headed toward the vehicle, my boots leaving distinct impressions in the dew-dampened earth. The truck was parked approximately 20 yards from our tent, partially obscured by a stand of young pine trees. As I approached, something about the vehicle's silhouette seemed wrong, different from how we'd left it. At first I thought perhaps an animal had disturbed our supplies, but the modification appeared too deliberate, too intentional. Drawing closer, confusion transformed into horrified comprehension. Stretched meticulously across the hood of Jason's truck was what appeared to be an animal skin, completely flattened and displayed with unmistakable purposefulness. The fur had been methodically removed, leaving only the inner dermal layer exposed, raw, pink, and glistening with moisture. Dark crimson streaks extended down the windshield in precisely parallel lines, some still wet enough to reflect the gray morning light. I froze, unable to process what I was seeing. The skin had been positioned with careful deliberation, centered perfectly on the hood, corners aligned with the vehicle's edges. This wasn't random animal activity or a natural occurrence. This was a message created by human hands with frightening precision. The skin itself proved difficult to identify. The proportions suggested deer, but the absence of the head and limbs evidently removed with crude cutting implements, obscured definitive identification. What remained was approximately 4 feet in length and nearly as wide, fastidiously stretched to maximize surface area. The edges appeared jagged and irregular, suggesting hurried or inexperienced butchery. The odor registered next, a powerful, nauseating combination of raw meat, copper-scented blood, and something more troubling beneath those expected smells, a sickly sweet note of early decomposition. The stench triggered an involuntary gag reflex that I struggled to suppress. Instinctively, I scanned the surrounding forest, suddenly acutely aware of our vulnerability. The trees stood as impassive witnesses, revealing nothing. No movement caught my eye. No sound betrayed another presence. Yet the undeniable evidence of human activity during the night transformed the previously benign wilderness into something immediately threatening. I needed to wake Jason and Kevin. We needed to leave. "Jason! Kevin!" I called urgently, retreating backward toward the tent while maintaining visual contact with the surrounding forest. "You need to see this?" The desperation in my voice achieved the desired effect. Within seconds, the tent rustled with movement, followed by Jason's sleepy voice. "What's happening?" "Just get out here," I insisted, unwilling to articulate what I'd discovered. They emerged moments later, initially confused and irritated at the abrupt awakening. Kevin rubbed his eyes, squinting against the morning light. "What's got you so?" His words terminated abruptly as he followed my gaze to the truck. Jason emerged behind him, his expression transitioning from annoyance to shock as comprehension dawned. "What the actual—" Jason approached cautiously as though the displayed skin might somehow animate. "Is that—" "Some kind of animal skin," I confirmed. "Deliberately placed during the night." Kevin remained frozen, his complexion visibly paling. "Someone was here while we slept." The statement hung between us, weighted with implications none of us wanted to confront. A subtle snap of a twig from somewhere within the forest perimeter accelerated our decision-making process. Without verbal agreement, we began dismantling our campsite with unprecedented efficiency. The tent collapsed haphazardly into its storage bag. Cooking equipment clattered into containers without being cleaned. Sleeping bags were stuffed rather than rolled. "What about that?" Kevin nodded toward the skin still adorning the truck's hood. Jason retrieved a fallen branch from nearby, using it to push the grotesque display off his vehicle. It slid reluctantly, leaving smeared trails of blood and tissue before landing on the ground with a disturbingly substantial sound. None of us looked at it directly again. Within 12 minutes, a new record for decamping, we had loaded everything into the truck. Jason started the engine, its mechanical rumble unnaturally loud in the pristine morning silence. As we pulled away, I obsessively monitored the forest behind us through the rear window, convinced I would glimpse whoever had delivered this warning. The forest revealed nothing but endless trees gradually obscured by our vehicle's dust cloud. Yet the sensation of being observed persisted with uncomfortable intensity. "Anyone want to explain what just happened?" Kevin finally broke the silence as we navigated the rough forest road, Jason driving with significantly more speed than prudence warranted. "Someone skinned an animal and put it on the truck," Jason stated, his knuckles white from gripping the steering wheel too forcefully. "While we were sleeping." "But why?" Kevin pressed. "What's the point?" "A warning," I suggested, the idea materializing in my consciousness without conscious development. A message that we weren't welcome. We lapsed into uncomfortable silence after that, each processing the implications differently. The truck bounced violently over exposed roots and depressions, but nobody suggested reducing speed. Physical discomfort seemed trivial compared to the psychological unease permeating the vehicle. When we finally reached paved road approximately 40 minutes later, a collective exhalation of relief escaped us. Civilization, even in this limited form of rural infrastructure, provided illusory security. We maintained our silence for several more miles before Kevin spoke again. "Should we report this to the police or Forest Service?" Jason considered this briefly. "And tell them what? Someone left an animal skin on my truck? They'd ask if anything was stolen or damaged. It was a threat, I insisted. Deliberate intimidation. Maybe, Jason conceded. Or maybe just some local hunters messing with outsiders. Either way, we're not going back. We parted ways at our original meeting point with minimal conversation, transferring our gear to our respective vehicles mechanically. The unspoken agreement was clear. We would process this independently before discussing it further. I watched my friends' vehicles disappear in opposite directions, then sat motionless in my car, hands trembling slightly against the steering wheel. The rational explanation, local hunters or pranksters, failed to resolve my growing unease. Something about the meticulous positioning, the deliberate skinning, suggested purpose beyond simple intimidation. It felt personal, specific, though I couldn't articulate why. The drive home passed in a dissociative blur, familiar landmarks registered without emotional connection, as my mind continuously replayed the morning's discovery. By the time I pulled into my driveway, the gore-streaked truck hood had imprinted itself permanently in my memory, a visceral image that resisted displacement. My wife greeted me with evident surprise. "You're back early. Everything okay?" I manufactured a plausible explanation about deteriorating weather forecasts, unwilling to burden her with the actual circumstances. She accepted this without question, though her expression suggested she sensed the underlying falseness of my account. After unloading my equipment, I immediately turned my attention to my vehicle. Though no blood had touched its surface, I felt compelled to wash it thoroughly, as though contamination might have transferred merely through proximity. I directed the hose with obsessive attention to detail, watching pink-tinged water stream down the driveway until it ran clear. That evening, restlessness drove me to my computer. Initial searches for animal skin left on vehicle and hunting intimidation tactics yielded surprisingly relevant results. I discovered similar incidents documented across rural America, skinned animals left as warnings, territorial markers, or threats. Most accounts attributed these acts to territorial hunters, protectionist landowners, or local youth engaging in extreme hazing of outsiders. One forum thread particularly captured my attention. A user from eastern Kentucky described finding a perfectly skinned raccoon displayed across their tent while camping in an unmarked area. The subsequent discussion included dozens of similar accounts, spanning decades and multiple states throughout Appalachia and the deeper South. A user identifying as a former Forest Service employee offered historical context. These incidents have occurred for generations in certain remote communities. Originally intended as territorial warnings to encroaching outsiders, they evolved into regional folklore. Many perpetrators today are simply replicating behaviors they've heard about without understanding the original purpose. This rational explanation provided temporary comfort, but failed to address the disquieting precision of our experience. Territorial warnings typically involved simpler methods: slashed tires, equipment theft, verbal confrontations. The methodical skinning and careful display suggested ritualistic elements that commercial hunting practices couldn't explain. Sleep evaded me that night. Each time I approached unconsciousness, my mind projected the image of that glistening skin onto my closed eyelids. I found myself listening intently to normal house-settling sounds, reinterpreting them as potential intrusions. Around 3 a.m., I relocated to the living room couch, unwilling to disturb my wife with my restlessness. Morning arrived with crushing fatigue but no resolution. I contacted Jason and Kevin individually, discovering they had experienced similar sleep disruption. We agreed to meet that evening to discuss the incident properly. The abbreviated conversation during our hasty departure had left too many aspects unaddressed. The local diner provided neutral territory, its brightly lit interior and continuous background conversation creating an environment antithetical to our unsettling experience. Kevin arrived first, the dark circles beneath his eyes mirroring my own. Jason joined shortly after, his typically animated demeanor noticeably subdued. "I've been researching," I began after we'd ordered coffee. "Apparently this isn't uncommon in remote areas. Some kind of territorial marking or warning system." Jason nodded. I spoke with my uncle who used to hunt in those mountains. He's heard stories, locals leaving skinned animals for people who camp where they shouldn't. That's supposed to make us feel better? Kevin questioned. That someone deliberately targeted us for camping in their hunting grounds? Better than the alternatives, Jason replied. The unspoken alternatives hung between us, implications too disturbing to articulate directly. We maintained conversation for nearly 2 hours, analyzing every aspect of the experience without reaching satisfying conclusions. The factual elements were clear. Someone had approached our campsite during the night, deposited a freshly skinned animal carcass on Jason's truck with deliberate care, and departed without disturbing us. The motivation and identity of this individual remained entirely speculative. I'm not going back out there, Kevin eventually stated with finality. Not this season, maybe not ever. Neither Jason nor I contested this declaration. The violation of our perceived security had fundamentally altered our relationship with the wilderness. What had previously represented escape and freedom now carried undertones of vulnerability and threat. The following week brought no resolution, only increasing preoccupation. The incident contaminated my daily activities. Unexpected sounds triggered disproportionate startle responses, and periods of darkness induced irrational vigilance. I found myself checking window locks repeatedly before bedtime and installing additional exterior lighting around my home. My wife eventually confronted me about these behavioral changes. Something happened on that trip that you're not telling me, she stated one evening, her tone indicating this wasn't a question. I hesitated briefly before describing the actual events. Her expression transformed from concern to alarm as I recounted discovering the skin, our hasty departure, and the subsequent research that provided limited context. You need to report this, she insisted immediately. That's threatening behavior. The sheriff's department won't take it seriously, I countered. No property damage, no explicit threat. They'll file a report and forget about it. Despite my reluctance, her insistence eventually prevailed. The following morning, I contacted the county sheriff's office with jurisdiction over the area where we'd camped. The dispatcher connected me with Deputy Wilson, who listened to my account with professional detachment. Location? He requested after I'd finished. I provided approximate coordinates based on our GPS records. That's Jenkins' property, he remarked after consulting something on his end. About 800 acres of private forest bordering state land. They allow hunting, but not camping. This revelation introduced a new dimension. We thought it was national forest land. There weren't any posting signs. Property boundaries out there aren't always clearly marked, Deputy Wilson acknowledged. The Jenkins family has owned that land for generations. They're particular about trespassers. Particular enough to leave skinned animals as warnings. A brief silence preceded his response. I can't speak to specific tactics, sir. I'll document your report and speak with the property owners about appropriate signage. His tone conveyed clear dismissal. This wasn't a priority concern for rural law enforcement. I pressed further, asking whether similar incidents had been reported previously. Nothing officially documented, he replied carefully, but these areas have their own ways of handling outsiders. My recommendation would be to stick to designated camping areas in the future. The conversation provided minimal satisfaction, but confirmed my suspicion that such incidents weren't unprecedented. The Jenkins name offered a concrete entity responsible for the territory, though whether family members themselves had delivered the warning remained unclear. Further online research revealed scattered information about the Jenkins family, regional landowners since the early 1900s, primarily engaged in sustainable timber harvesting and licensed hunting leases. Nothing suggested particular hostility toward outsiders, though several forum posts mentioned their reputation for privacy and territorial protection. A local history website referenced the family's involvement in traditional forest management practices and preservation of regional customs, vague terminology that could encompass virtually any behavior. One archived newspaper article from 1987 described a dispute between Jenkins family representatives and state conservation officials regarding hunting practices, though specific details remained ambiguous. I located 7 additional accounts of skinned animals left as warnings throughout the region, spanning from 1975 to 2020. Most described similar circumstances: remote camping locations, no direct human contact, precisely positioned animal remains discovered in the morning. The consistency across decades suggested established practice rather than random intimidation. A message from Kevin interrupted my research. Started feeling watched at home, installed security cameras yesterday. Am I going crazy? The message resonated uncomfortably with my own experience. Since returning, I'd frequently sensed observation without visible cause, a perception I'd attributed to anxiety rather than legitimate threat. Kevin's independent development of similar paranoia suggested something beyond coincidental stress response. Not crazy, I responded. Same here. Jason too? Called him yesterday. He's keeping a baseball bat beside his bed. The implication disturbed me profoundly. All 3 of us, rational, educated adults, had independently developed paranoid behaviors following our experience. This collective response suggested legitimate trauma rather than individual overreaction. More troubling was the underlying question: what exactly were we afraid of? Territorial hunters would have achieved their objective. We had vacated their land with no intention of returning. Any rational threat had ended with our departure. Yet something about the experience had triggered deeper instinctual responses, awakening primitive fears that modern rationality failed to dismiss. 2 weeks after the incident, unusual occurrences began accumulating around my home. Initially subtle enough to dismiss individually, their collective pattern became increasingly difficult to rationalize. Small items relocated between rooms without explanation. Exterior motion detector lights activated without visible triggers. Unexplained scratching sounds emanated from the attic space during pre-dawn hours. My wife noticed my deteriorating mental state, but attributed it to work-related stress rather than connecting it to the camping incident. Her concern manifested as increased patience rather than shared vigilance, creating an isolation that intensified my unease. I couldn't articulate why seemingly minor domestic anomalies triggered such disproportionate anxiety. Jason reported similar experiences during our increasingly frequent phone conversations. Something was in my garage last night, he confided one evening, voice lowered despite being alone in his home. Nothing taken, nothing damaged, but things moved. Tools rearranged on the workbench. Could be memory gaps, I suggested, attempting rationality I didn't genuinely feel. Stress affects cognitive function. I photographed the workbench before bed, he countered. Compared it this morning. Definite changes. Kevin maintained strategic silence regarding his situation, responding to messages with decreasing frequency. When he finally agreed to meet 3 weeks after the incident, his physical transformation shocked me. Significant weight loss, unkempt appearance, nervous mannerisms previously absent from his typically composed demeanor. The security cameras captured something, he revealed after ensuring no other patrons could overhear our conversation. 3 nights ago, around 2 a.m. He slid his phone across the table, displaying grainy night vision footage of his rear yard. Initially showing only normal suburban landscaping, at timestamp 2:17 a.m., a shadow detached from the tree line bordering his property. The figure, unmistakably human-shaped but lacking detailed features in the low-resolution recording, stood motionless at the yard's edge for approximately 8 minutes before retreating into the darkness. Could be anyone, I suggested without conviction. Neighbor, random trespasser. Kevin retrieved his phone, expression indicating he'd anticipated my skepticism. It's happened 3 consecutive nights. Same time window, same behavior, just watching the house. The revelation demolished my already fragile rationalization structure. Coincidental neighborhood prowlers might explain an isolated incident, but not recurring episodes targeting multiple individuals connected only by a specific shared experience. Have you reported it? And tell police what? That someone stood at the edge of my property, They'll take a report and forget it immediately. His bitterness mirrored my own experience with law enforcement's response. We need to consider what we might have encountered, I suggested carefully, beyond territorial hunters or landowners. Don't start with conspiracy theories, Kevin warned. That's a path to legitimate psychological breakdown. Not conspiracies, I clarified. Community practices, regional customs that outsiders aren't meant to understand. This framing resonated with information fragments I'd accumulated through research. Isolated rural communities developing independent behavioral systems outside mainstream cultural norms. Throughout Appalachia and similar regions, geographical isolation had historically enabled the preservation of practices abandoned elsewhere. Whatever's happening, I continued, it's connected to that land, to the Jenkins property. Something about our presence there triggered a response that hasn't concluded. Kevin considered this perspective, his expression suggesting reluctant acceptance of its plausibility. So what's the endgame? What do they want from us? The question crystallized our fundamental uncertainty. Traditional territorial warnings achieved their objective through our immediate departure. Extended surveillance and intimidation suggested different motivation, something beyond simple boundary enforcement. Recognition, I proposed, the concept formulating as I articulated it. Acknowledgement that we understand the warning and respect the boundary. Maybe we're supposed to demonstrate that somehow. This theory aligned with anthropological patterns of territorial dispute resolution in traditional societies. Violation required not only cessation, but formal acknowledgement of transgression. Our hasty departure might have satisfied physical removal without fulfilling the cultural requirement for proper acknowledgement. So what? We send an apology letter to a family we've never met for camping on unmarked private property? Kevin's skepticism contained undercurrents of desperate hope for simple resolution. Maybe something more direct, I suggested. Return to the boundary, not the actual property, and leave some form of acknowledgement. Traditional cultures often use symbolic exchanges to resolve territorial violations. The proposal contained obvious risks, but offered potential resolution that avoidance strategies had failed to provide. Kevin's expression registered intense conflict between rational rejection and desperate willingness to try anything that might end the psychological siege. I'll talk to Jason, I assured him. We'll approach this methodically. Kevin nodded without verbal agreement, but his posture reflected marginal relaxation, the first reduction in visible tension I'd observed since our meeting began. Whether my theory held validity remained uncertain, but the prospect of proactive response offered psychological benefit independent of actual efficacy. As we parted ways, Kevin gripped my shoulder with unexpected intensity. Whatever we decide, we stay together on this. No individual heroics. The instruction struck me as uncharacteristically dramatic for his typically reserved personality, yet perfectly aligned with our altered reality. The unspoken understanding between us acknowledged that conventional behavioral norms no longer applied to our situation. We had crossed an invisible boundary and entered territory governed by different rules. Rules we were struggling to decipher before consequences escalated beyond psychological intimidation. The solution crystallized from necessity rather than inspiration. After extensive consultation, Jason, Kevin, and I developed a response plan balancing rational skepticism with acknowledgement of inexplicable experiences. We would return to the general area, maintaining safe distance from the actual Jenkins property, and perform a symbolic acknowledgement of territorial violation and subsequent withdrawal. Research into traditional Appalachian customs provided limited guidance, but suggested the importance of reciprocal exchange, a token or offering representing recognition of established boundaries. The specific form mattered less than the deliberate ritual acknowledgement of transgression and commitment to future avoidance. We selected a neutral location approximately 1 mile from our original campsite, close enough to connect with the territory in question while remaining on clearly marked public land. The date, exactly 1 month after our initial experience, carried no specific significance beyond providing adequate preparation time. "This feels ridiculous," Jason commented as we assembled at the Forest Service trailhead on the appointed morning. Despite his verbal skepticism, his participation confirmed shared desperation for resolution. "Probably is," I acknowledged. "But conventional approaches haven't worked. Sometimes addressing irrational experiences requires stepping outside rational frameworks." Kevin remained silent, his attention directed toward the forest rather than our conversation. His security footage had captured additional nighttime observations during intervening weeks, establishing patterns that defied coincidental explanation. The psychological toll manifested in his physical appearance: significant weight loss, persistent insomnia indicators, hypervigilant posture. Our preparation included documentation of property boundaries to ensure we remained on public land throughout the process. The symbolic offering, a small wooden container containing salt, coins, and locally sourced tobacco, represented traditional elements from regional folklore regarding territorial acknowledgement. The forest presented entirely different characteristics in daylight compared to our memory of pre-dawn discovery. Sunlight penetrated the canopy in distinct shafts, creating illuminated pathways through otherwise shadowed understory. Wildlife sounds, bird calls, rustling vegetation, distant movement, created continuous audio texture that emphasized the previous unnatural silence we'd experienced. We hiked approximately 15 minutes to our designated location, a small clearing beside the official trail, where Forest Service boundary markers clearly designated public land. The proximity to Jenkins' property remained tangible despite legal separation, an awareness heightened by our previous experience. "This feels as far as we should go," I suggested, receiving immediate agreement from my companions. The ritual itself manifested as deliberately simplified ceremony: placement of our offering container at the clearing's edge facing Jenkins' property, followed by verbal acknowledgement of boundary violation and commitment to future respect. The specific wording emerged spontaneously, emphasizing genuine regret for unintentional trespass rather than theatrical performance. "We acknowledge crossing boundaries without permission," I stated toward the forest beyond the clearing. "We recognize this territory belongs to others and commit to respecting those boundaries henceforth." Jason and Kevin added brief personal statements of similar sentiment. The process required less than 10 minutes total. Brief enough to seem insufficient, yet significant enough to establish deliberate intent. Whether anyone witnessed our performance remained unknown, though the sensation of observation persisted throughout. "That's it?" Jason questioned as we concluded. "We're just assuming this resolves whatever's happening?" "We're acknowledging the possibility that our experience connects to territorial customs we don't fully understand," I clarified. "Whether this specific response addresses those customs correctly remains uncertain." Kevin scanned the surrounding forest with evident apprehension. "Something feels different, not resolved, but acknowledged." His observation resonated with my own perception, an intangible shift in atmospheric pressure that defied rational explanation, but registered on some primitive awareness level. The forest retained its fundamental character, but somehow conveyed different energy toward our presence, assessment rather than hostility. We departed without further ceremony, maintaining silent vigilance during our return hike. The sensation of observation persisted, though its quality had transformed from malevolent surveillance to neutral documentation. Whether this perception reflected actual external change or psychological projection remained indeterminable. The subsequent weeks brought gradual reduction in unexplained occurrences. Kevin reported no further night visitors captured on security footage. Jason's domestic anomalies ceased entirely. My own hypervigilance diminished incrementally, eventually returning to normal awareness patterns without conscious effort. We maintained regular communication throughout this period, documenting changes with scientific detachment that belied our emotional investment in resolution. By the 6th week following our acknowledgement ceremony, all three of us reported returning to normal sleep patterns and significantly reduced anxiety levels. So, was it real or mass psychosis? Jason questioned during our final formal discussion of the experience. Both possibilities feature equally implausible elements, I replied. Either multiple independent observers experienced identical hallucinations, or traditional territorial practices include elements mainstream culture can't incorporate into its belief systems. Kevin, whose recovery had progressed most dramatically, offered pragmatic perspective. The observable reality is that something placed a skinned animal on Jason's truck while we slept. Everything after that involved our interpretation of that event, whether driven by external forces or internal psychology, ultimately makes little practical difference. This conclusion, while unsatisfying from purely rational perspective, provided functional resolution that allowed reintegration into normal life patterns. We achieved consensus that regardless of ultimate explanation, the experience warranted respect rather than dismissal. An encounter with forces beyond conventional understanding that demanded appropriate acknowledgement. I sometimes wake from dreams featuring that glistening skin displayed across metal, perfectly centered and deliberately positioned. The image retains its emotional impact despite temporal distance, triggering momentary disorientation before rational context reasserts itself. These episodes have diminished in frequency but persist as permanent psychological imprints, reminders of boundaries crossed and lessons painfully acquired. We haven't returned to those woods, nor do we intend to. Some territories remain better respectfully avoided, their boundaries acknowledged without challenge. The wilderness contains more than physical danger. It preserves ancient understanding that modern perspective has forgotten rather than transcended. Sometimes warnings deserve heeding without demanding explanation, and some messages communicate across cultural boundaries that rational discourse cannot bridge. The forest remembers what civilization has forgotten. Those who dwell at the boundaries between these worlds maintain traditions that protect separation, necessary for both to survive. We crossed that boundary unknowingly and received appropriate response, a message delivered in primal language that even modern minds could not misinterpret. That knowledge remains our most valuable souvenir from an expedition that taught us wilderness extends beyond physical territory into realms of understanding where different rules apply. Some boundaries exist for valid reasons, and proper respect acknowledges not only their existence, but the wisdom behind their establishment. In the summer of 2019, when I was 26, I found myself working as a lifeguard at Pinecrest Resort, nestled deep in the Adirondack Mountains. The job wasn't glamorous, but it paid well enough, and the location, a sprawling property surrounded by dense forest and pristine lakes, made up for the monotony of watching swimmers all day. Pinecrest wasn't exactly a tourist hotspot, but it maintained a steady stream of visitors throughout the summer months. Most were city folks, looking to escape the suffocating heat and noise of urban life, eager to hike the numerous trails and soak in the natural tranquility that pervaded the mountain area. The resort itself was spread across several acres, featuring a main 3-story hotel, about 20 cabins scattered throughout the property, and various amenities including tennis courts, hiking trails, and the swimming pool that was my domain. Most days passed without incident. I'd sit in my elevated chair, scanning the water, occasionally blowing my whistle at someone running on the wet concrete or diving in the shallow end. The pool wasn't particularly large, about 40 feet long and 20 feet wide, but it was well maintained and surrounded by lounge chairs that were usually occupied by sunbathers more interested in tanning than swimming. What struck me most about the place was how the atmosphere changed as evening approached. The mountains cast long shadows across the property early, and the temperature would drop rapidly once the sun began to set. The forest that surrounded the resort seemed to grow denser, darker, as if closing in around us. During my evening walks back to the staff quarters, I often felt uneasy, as though the trees were watching me pass. I dismissed these feelings as the product of too many horror movies, but I couldn't shake them completely. The resort manager, a stern woman named Judith, had warned all staff about the dangers of the surrounding wilderness during orientation. We've had bears, coyotes, and even the occasional mountain lion spotted in these woods, she'd said. Never wander off the marked trails, especially after dark. At the time, I'd nodded along, not thinking much of it. The real danger, as I would soon discover, wasn't from the wildlife. Staff turnover at Pinecrest was high. Seasonal workers came and went frequently. I rarely bothered learning names unless I worked directly with someone. This casual attitude toward my colleagues would later prove to be a critical mistake. It happened on a particularly hot day in late July. The sun hung high overhead, beating down mercilessly on the pool deck. I was on lifeguard duty, my skin sticky with sweat and sunscreen despite the shade of my umbrella. The pool area was moderately busy that afternoon. A mix of families with children, older couples lounging with books, and a group of young women celebrating what appeared to be a bachelorette party. The women, all in their mid-20s, were gathered around the shallow end, sipping colorful drinks and laughing. My attention was drawn to the fence that separated the pool area from the rest of the resort. A man was standing there just watching. He appeared to be in his 30s, with dark hair cut short against his scalp and wearing swim trunks, as if he intended to use the pool. But he made no move to enter through the gate. Instead, he just stood there, staring at the group of women. At first, I didn't think much of it. People often lingered outside the pool area, checking how crowded it was before deciding to enter. But as minutes passed and he remained motionless, I began to feel uncomfortable. His gaze was fixed exclusively on the bachelorette party, his expression blank and unreadable from my vantage point. After about 10 minutes, he approached the fence near where the women were gathered and began speaking to them. I couldn't hear what he was saying over the ambient noise of splashing water and conversations, but I could see the women's reactions. They shifted uncomfortably, avoiding eye contact, their bodies turning away from him in that universal signal of disinterest. One woman, with auburn hair pulled back in a ponytail, glanced toward me with an expression that clearly communicated discomfort. I decided to intervene. Climbing down from my chair, I approached the edge of the pool, nearest to where the man stood. "Excuse me," I called out, keeping my voice casual but firm. "Do you have a pool key? This area is for resort guests only." He turned slowly to face me, and I felt an immediate jolt of apprehension. His eyes were unsettlingly vacant, as if there was nothing behind them. No emotion, no thought, just empty observation. For a moment I thought he might argue or become confrontational, but instead his lips curled into what might generously be called a smile. "Not yet," he replied, his voice oddly flat. Then he shrugged, mumbled something inaudible, and walked away, his gait stiff and mechanical. The women visibly relaxed once he disappeared from view. One of them, a brunette with a warm smile, waved me over to their group. "Thank you for that," she said sincerely. He was really starting to freak us out. I tried to appear confident and professional. "No problem at all. Just doing my job." She introduced herself as Amanda and pointed out her friends, Jenna, Kelly, Katie, and Ivy. They were celebrating Ivy's upcoming wedding with a weekend getaway at Pinecrest. We chatted briefly about the resort and their stay so far, and as our conversation wound down, Amanda surprised me with an invitation. "We're having a small get-together at our cabin tonight," she said. "Cabin 7, just down by the lake. You should stop by if you're free, around 8? Being single and with no real plans for the evening beyond watching television in the staff lounge, I accepted the invitation, trying not to appear too eager. As sunset approached, I finished my shift and headed back to the staff quarters to shower and change. The evening air had cooled considerably, and the sky was painted in deep purples and oranges as the sun dipped behind the mountains. Walking through the property toward Cabin 7, I couldn't help but notice how quiet everything had become. The daytime sounds of children playing and people chatting had given way to an eerie stillness, broken only by the distant hooting of an owl and the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Cabin 7 was one of the more secluded accommodations, situated near the edge of the property with its back facing the woods. a small porch wrapped around the front, decorated with string lights that cast a warm glow against the growing darkness. I knocked on the door, feeling oddly nervous, as if I were crossing some professional boundary by socializing with guests. Amanda opened the door, greeting me with a smile. "You made it. Come on in." The interior of the cabin was cozy and warm. The main room served as both living area and kitchen, with a stone fireplace dominating one wall. The women had set up drinks and snacks on the kitchen counter, and soft music played from a portable speaker. The atmosphere was relaxed and welcoming. "We weren't sure you'd actually come," Jenna said, handing me a beer. "Don't you have, resort staff rules about hanging out with guests?" I shrugged. "Probably. But what Judith doesn't know won't hurt her." The evening progressed pleasantly. We talked, laughed, and shared stories. I learned that the women had been friends since college and tried to take a trip together each year. I told them about my life, how I'd taken the lifeguard job as a temporary position while figuring out my next move after graduating with a degree in environmental science. As the night deepened and more drinks were consumed, the conversation turned to the resort itself and the surrounding area. "Have you heard any ghost stories about this place?" Kelly asked, her eyes gleaming mischievously in the dim light. "It seems like the perfect setting for something creepy." I shook my head. "No official ghost stories that I know of, but the woods can get pretty intense at night. Some of the hiking guides refuse to lead twilight tours anymore." "Why's that?" Ivy asked, leaning forward with interest. "They claim they've heard strange noises out there after dark. Not animal sounds, more like, movement. Deliberate movement." I wasn't trying to scare them, just repeating what I'd heard in the staff lounge. A brief silence fell over the room, broken when Katie suggested, "We should go for a night hike." My stomach tightened at the idea. "I don't think that's a good—" "Oh, come on," Jenna interrupted. "We have flashlights and we'll stay on the trails. What's the worst that could happen?" Looking back, I wish I had been more insistent, that I had made up some resort policy forbidding night hiking. But caught up in the moment and not wanting to seem cowardly, I reluctantly agreed. "Fine, but we stick to the main trail that loops around the property. No venturing deeper into the woods." They eagerly agreed, and after gathering flashlights and jackets, our group set out into the darkness. The night air was cool against my skin as we stepped outside. The moon hung high overhead, nearly full, casting a silver glow that did little to penetrate the dense canopy of trees surrounding the property. We followed the gravel path leading from the cabin toward the main hiking trail, our flashlights creating dancing beams of light that seemed to bounce off the darkness rather than cut through it. "Stay close," I advised, taking the lead. "The trail is well marked, but it's easy to stray off if you're not paying attention." The main trail was a 2-mile loop that circled the perimeter of the resort property. During the day, it offered scenic views of the surrounding mountains and valley. At night, it transformed into a tunnel of darkness, the trees on either side forming a claustrophobic corridor that seemed to swallow our light. As we walked, the usual nighttime forest sounds surrounded us, crickets chirping, the occasional rustling of leaves as small nocturnal creatures moved about, the distant hooting of owls. The women chatted quietly among themselves, their voices hushed as if they feared disturbing the forest. About a half-mile into our hike, I began to notice something unusual. The natural sounds of the forest seemed to diminish, growing fainter until they stopped altogether. The sudden silence was jarring, like walking into a vacuum. I slowed my pace, senses heightened. "Does anyone else notice how quiet it's gotten?" Amanda whispered from behind me. So it wasn't just my imagination. The others stopped, and we all stood still, listening to the unnatural silence. That's when I heard it. A soft, rhythmic sound coming from somewhere in the darkness beyond the trail. It wasn't the random rustling of wildlife. It was deliberate, methodical, footsteps. "Is someone there?" Katie called out, her voice cracking slightly. No response came from the darkness, but the footsteps stopped. We waited, frozen in place, straining to hear anything beyond our own breathing. Just as I was about to suggest we continue moving, The sound resumed, faster now, circling around us, moving parallel to the trail, but keeping within the cover of the trees. "We need to go back," I said firmly, turning to face the group. Their expressions ranged from confused to frightened, illuminated in the harsh glow of the flashlights. "It's probably just a deer," Jenna suggested, but her voice lacked conviction. Then Amanda gasped, pointing her flashlight toward a gap in the trees. "I saw something. Someone." We all turned to look, our beams converging on the spot, but whatever Amanda had seen was gone. The footsteps had stopped again, leaving us in that oppressive silence. "I don't like this," Ivy whispered. "Let's go back to the cabin." No one argued. We turned and began walking quickly back the way we had come, our earlier relaxed pace replaced by urgent strides. I took up the rear position, constantly glancing behind us, unable to shake the feeling that we were being followed. We were about halfway back to the resort when I heard it again. Footsteps, much closer now, no longer keeping to the trees but on the trail behind us. I turned, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, and for a split second, I thought I saw a figure duck behind a tree. "Run," I said, my voice low but intense. "Back to the cabin, now." We broke into a sprint, fear propelling us forward. The gravel crunched loudly beneath our feet, our breathing heavy and panicked. I continued to check behind us as we ran, and each time I was certain the distance between us and whoever was following had decreased. We burst through the cabin door, piling inside before slamming it shut and engaging the lock. Our breathing came in ragged gasps as we stood in the living room, staring at each other with wide, frightened eyes. "What the hell was that?" Kelly demanded, her voice shaking. "I don't know," I admitted, moving to the window to peer out into the darkness. The porch light illuminated a small area in front of the cabin, but beyond that was impenetrable blackness. "But I'm pretty sure someone was following us." "Should we call security?" Ivy asked, already reaching for her phone. I hesitated. What exactly would we report? That we heard footsteps in the woods? That we thought someone might have been following us? It sounded ridiculous, even in my own mind. "Let's just calm down for a minute," I suggested, though my heart was still racing. It could have been another hiker, or maybe one of the night staff checking the trails. Amanda shook her head firmly. "No way. Did you see how they were hiding? Normal people don't hide when you shine a light on them." She had a point. I moved away from the window and suggested we lock all the doors and windows, just to be safe. As we moved through the cabin securing it, Katie turned the music back on, louder than before, as if to drown out the fear that had followed us home. We gathered in the living room, trying to laugh off our fear, telling ourselves we had overreacted. The drinks helped, and gradually the tension began to ease. But just as we were starting to relax, a sound from outside caught my attention. Soft footsteps on the porch. I held up my hand, signaling for silence. The others froze, eyes darting to the windows and door. The footsteps continued, slow and deliberate, circling the cabin. Each creak of the wooden boards sent a fresh wave of fear through me. "Turn off the lights," I whispered. Jenna quickly moved to the switches, plunging the cabin into darkness. We sat in silence, listening as the footsteps completed a circuit around the cabin before stopping at the back door. The handle jiggled slightly, testing if it was locked. "Oh my God," Katie breathed, barely audible. "Did anyone lock the back door?" Amanda whispered urgently. A moment of terrible uncertainty passed before I remembered checking it myself. "Yes, I did. All the doors are locked." The handle stopped moving, and for a moment there was silence. Then, slowly, we heard the footsteps retreat from the back door and continue around to the side of the cabin, where a window looked into the kitchen. I crept across the floor, staying low, until I reached the kitchen window. Carefully, I peered out, trying to see if anyone was there. At first, I saw nothing, just darkness. Then a face appeared at the window, so suddenly that I fell backward in shock. It was him, the man from the pool. He pressed his face against the glass, those empty eyes scanning the interior of the cabin. I scrambled away from the window, back into the living room. "It's him," I hissed. The guy from the pool. Are you sure? Amanda asked, her voice trembling. Positive. We need to call security now. Ivy already had her phone out, dialing the resort's emergency number. As she spoke quietly into the phone, explaining our situation, the footsteps resumed, moving back toward the front of the cabin. Then, suddenly, they stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the footsteps. We waited, tense and afraid, for what felt like an eternity. Then, without warning, there was a loud crash from the front of the cabin, the sound of something heavy hitting the door. What was that? Jenna gasped, clutching Katie's arm. He's trying to break in, I said, my mind racing for a solution. Security's at least 10 minutes away. We need to barricade the door. We moved quickly, pushing the heavy coffee table against the front door, followed by whatever else we could find, chairs, end tables, even the small bookshelf from the corner. The door rattled again as someone, slammed against it, but our makeshift barricade held. We need a weapon, Amanda said, her earlier fear giving way to determination. She disappeared into the kitchen, returning moments later with the largest knife from the drawer. I looked around the cabin for anything I could use to defend us. On the wall near the fireplace hung a set of fire tools. I grabbed the poker, its weight reassuring in my hand. The pounding at the door stopped, replaced once again by footsteps circling the cabin. We huddled together in the center of the living room, weapons raised, waiting. He's looking for another way in, I whispered. All the doors and windows are locked, right? The women nodded, but uncertainty flickered across their faces. None of us could be completely sure. We should split up and check again, Kelly suggested. 2 of us can check the front rooms, 2 the back. I shook my head firmly. No, that's exactly what we shouldn't do. We stay together. But what if we missed something, she insisted. If there's an unlocked window somewhere, he'll find it. I agree with him, Amanda said. We stay together. But Ivy and Kelly weren't convinced. Look, security's on their way, right? We just need to make sure all entry points are secure until they get here. It'll be faster if we split up. Before I could argue further, another crash came from the back of the cabin. The sound of glass breaking. Someone had smashed a window. He's coming in, Katie cried, her voice rising in panic. In the chaos that followed, our unity fractured. Ivy and Kelly broke away, rushing toward the back of the cabin to check the source of the noise. Amanda, Jenna, and I remained in the living room, weapons raised, facing the hall that led to the rear bedrooms. Ivy, Kelly, get back here, I called, but there was no response. Seconds stretched into minutes as we waited, the silence broken only by our rapid breathing. Then we heard it. A scream from the back bedroom, cut short almost immediately. We have to help them, Jenna said, moving toward the hallway. I grabbed her arm, holding her back. Wait, we don't know what's happening. They're our friends, she hissed, pulling away from me. Before we could decide what to do, footsteps pounded down the hallway toward us. Not the measured, deliberate steps from before, but frantic, running footsteps. Ivy burst into the living room, her face pale with terror. He's got Kelly, she gasped. He came through the bathroom window. We tried to run, but he grabbed her. I couldn't help her. A violent thud from the hallway silenced her. We turned to see Kelly staggering into the living room, blood streaming from a cut on her forehead. Behind her, filling the hallway with his presence, stood the man from the pool. In the dim light, I could see now what I hadn't noticed before, the intensity in his eyes, the barely contained rage that seemed to radiate from him. He held a shard of glass in his hand, the edge stained with Kelly's blood. Run, I said, pushing the women toward the front door. Get the barricade down and run. I'll hold him off. Amanda and Jenna rushed to dismantle our barricade, while Ivy helped the injured Kelly toward the door. I stood between them and the intruder, fire poker raised defensively. Stay back, I warned, my voice steadier than I felt. He said nothing, merely tilted his head slightly, studying me with those empty eyes. Then, without warning, he lunged forward. I swung the poker, connecting with his shoulder. He grunted in pain but didn't slow, barreling into me with surprising force. We crashed to the floor, the poker flying from my grip and skittering across the hardwood. He was strong, far stronger than I'd anticipated. His hands found my throat, pressing down with crushing pressure. I clawed at his wrists, trying to break his grip, but black spots were already dancing at the edges of my vision. Behind him, I could see Amanda hesitating at the open door, the others already outside. She looked from me to the door, conflict clear on her face. "Go!" I tried to shout, but no sound emerged from my constricted throat. Instead of fleeing, Amanda darted to the side of the room, grabbing something I couldn't see. The man continued to press down on my throat, his face expressionless, save for a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, something almost like satisfaction. Just as consciousness began to slip away, there was a whistling sound through the air, followed by a sickening crack. The pressure on my throat vanished abruptly as the man collapsed on top of me, suddenly limp. Gasping for air, I pushed his unconscious body aside to see Amanda standing over us, a golf club gripped in her trembling hands. Her face was ashen, but her jaw was set with determination. "Is he? Did I kill him?" she whispered. I checked for a pulse, finding it steady despite the blow to his head. "No, just knocked out. We need to restrain him before he wakes up." Using cords from the curtains and lamps, we bound his hands and feet. By this time, Jenna had returned with Ivy, who reported that they'd flagged down a security vehicle on the road. Kelly was with them, receiving first aid. Within minutes, the cabin was swarming with resort security and shortly after, local police. The man, still unconscious, was handcuffed and loaded into a police cruiser. We gave our statements, describing the events of the evening in shaking voices. The following day, I was called to Judith's office. She looked more severe than usual, her mouth a tight line of disapproval. "I've just gotten off the phone with the police," she said without preamble. "The man who attacked you and those guests last night was Warren Reed. He was hired as a maintenance worker 3 days ago." I sat heavily in the chair across from her desk, the implications sinking in. "He worked here? Did anyone vet him?" "Of course we did," she snapped. "His references checked out. His background check came back clean. There was nothing to indicate." She trailed off, running a hand through her graying hair. "The police searched his apartment in town. They found concerning items." "What kind of items?" I asked, though part of me didn't want to know. "Photographs of female guests, taken through windows from the woods. Maps of the property with certain cabins circled. Cabin 7 was among them." She paused, letting the horror of what might have happened settle between us. "He had been watching them, watching many of our female guests, for days, planning." I thought of the empty look in his eyes, the methodical way he had stalked us through the woods, the calculated attacks. A deep shudder ran through me. "The police believe he may be connected to similar incidents at other resorts in the region," Judith continued. "They're investigating further." That evening, I visited Amanda and her friends in their new accommodations, a suite in the main hotel as far from the woods as possible. They were leaving the next morning, their vacation irreparably tainted by terror. "The police officer said you saved our lives," Kelly told me, the bandage on her forehead a stark reminder of how close we'd come to tragedy. "I think it was Amanda who saved us all," I corrected, glancing at the brunette. She gave a modest shrug, but there was a new strength in her posture. "God was watching over us," Ivy murmured. "It could have been so much worse." As I walked back to the staff quarters that night, the forest loomed around me, darker and more threatening than ever before. I kept imagining eyes watching from between the trees, though rationally I knew Warren was in police custody, unable to harm anyone else. The resort implemented new security measures after the incident: better lighting on the trails, more frequent security patrols, stricter vetting for employees. But these changes did little to ease the sense of vulnerability that had taken root in me. I finished out the summer season, but I never again felt comfortable at Pinecrest. The wilderness that had once seemed beautiful now felt malevolent, hiding dangers more terrifying than any bear or mountain lion. The most frightening monsters, I had learned, were the human ones, the ones that walked among us, worked alongside us, watched us with empty eyes while planning unimaginable horrors. Sometimes, even now, years later, I wake in the night thinking I hear footsteps circling my house. I lie awake, listening to the darkness, remembering those hours in Cabin 7 when I came face to face with true evil. Not supernatural, not mythical, but human. And somehow, that makes it all the more terrifying. The realtor's words still echoed in my head as I steered the ancient Winnebago down the sun-baked highway toward Moab. "Perfect for a fresh start," she'd said, patting the vehicle's oxidized exterior with forced enthusiasm. I didn't tell her that at 42, Jeremiah Colson wasn't looking for a fresh start so much as an escape. The spring of '98 found me with little more than divorce papers, a dwindling bank account, and an inexplicable urge to flee into the wilderness. Nothing says midlife crisis quite like blowing your last few grand on a 1978 RV with questionable brakes and heading toward the desert. The irony wasn't lost on me. A lifetime suburban dweller whose idea of roughing it had previously meant staying at a hotel without room service. As Utah's Highway 191 unfurled before me, the landscape transformed from ordinary to otherworldly. The closer I got to Arches National Park, the more I felt like I was driving straight into some primeval world that had merely tolerated human presence, but never welcomed it. By late afternoon, the massive rust-colored formations loomed overhead, silent sentinels that seemed to watch my approach with ancient indifference. The brochures called them majestic and awe-inspiring. Standing beneath them now, those words felt inadequate. There was something unsettling about their immensity, their silence, their permanence. I found a spot off a service road not far from the park's edge, technically legal, if not entirely recommended for overnight stays. The spot overlooked a shallow canyon, the vista stretching for miles into the distance. As I killed the engine, the resulting silence was immediate and absolute. No traffic noise, no neighbors, no hum of electronics, just wind whispering through stone. The isolation hit me harder than expected. For years, I'd fantasized about escaping the noise of civilization, but now that I'd achieved it, I felt strangely exposed. The silence demanded introspection, and introspection was exactly what I'd been avoiding. Every thought seemed to echo, amplified by the emptiness surrounding me. I busied myself with setting up camp, my movements clumsy and unpracticed. The RV's ancient propane stove reluctantly sputtered to life. Outside, the descending sun transformed the landscape, deepening the reds of the rock and stretching shadows into grotesque, elongated forms. Despite the beauty, something primal in me registered unease. These formations had witnessed centuries of human suffering. How many had wandered out here and never returned? The road that had seemed deserted suddenly came alive with the rumble of an approaching vehicle. I stepped outside, oddly relieved at the prospect of human contact, however brief. The sound grew louder until a dust-covered Jeep Wrangler crested the hill, its engine protesting as it navigated the uneven terrain. The vehicle stopped about 50 yards from my campsite. Close enough to see, far enough to make conversation optional. I raised a hand in cautious greeting as the driver's door swung open. The man who emerged ignored my gesture entirely. He stood about 6 feet tall with the wiry, sinewy build of someone who'd spent a lifetime doing hard physical labor. His shaved head gleamed in the late afternoon sun, and intricate tattoos snaked up both forearms before disappearing beneath a faded black t-shirt. He surveyed the area with the methodical gaze of a predator, his eyes finally settling on me with an expression that felt like an assessment rather than acknowledgement. I estimated him to be in his 50s, though the weathering of his skin made precise age difficult to determine. He moved with a fluid confidence that immediately made me conscious of my own awkward presence in this landscape. I was an intruder. He seemed indigenous to it. With deliberate movements, he began unloading his Jeep, extracting bundles wrapped in canvas and secured with leather straps. Each package was handled with surprising care. Placed precisely on the ground beside a small fire pit he quickly assembled from nearby stones. The sun continued its descent, and I retreated to my RV, feeling a peculiar reluctance to turn my back on the stranger. Inside, I busied myself preparing a dinner of canned beans and instant coffee, occasionally stealing glances through the window. As darkness claimed the canyon, I watched him methodically arrange his campsite. He moved with purpose, like someone following a familiar ritual. When his fire caught, the flames cast his face in sharp relief, deepening the hollows of his cheeks and eyes until he resembled something carved from the same red stone that surrounded us. I told myself I was being ridiculous. He was just another camper, probably some desert enthusiast who came out here regularly to commune with nature. Yet as night fully enveloped us, I found myself double-checking the RV's locks. That's when I saw him unwrap the first bundle. The canvas fell away to reveal metal that caught the firelight in wicked flashes. At first, I thought they might be camping tools, perhaps specialized equipment for rock climbing or geological study. But as he arranged them on a small folding table, their nature became unmistakable. Knives, several of them in various shapes and sizes, laid out with the precision of a surgeon's instruments. Among them gleamed other tools, a bone saw, what appeared to be heavy-duty clippers, and something that resembled a mallet. A reasonable explanation presented itself. Perhaps he was a hunter preparing to dress game. But game hunting was strictly prohibited in the park, and something about his methodical arrangement suggested ritual rather than practicality. No hunter I'd ever known required that many specialized blades. Our eyes met across the distance. He'd caught me watching. For a long moment, neither of us moved. Then his mouth twitched into what might have been a smile if it had reached his eyes. He held my gaze with unsettling intensity until I looked away, my heart hammering against my ribs. Night in the desert has a quality unlike anywhere else. The darkness feels absolute, punctuated only by stars that seem impossibly bright and close. Without ambient light, sounds travel differently too. Each crack of a twig, each shift of gravel became amplified in the stillness. I tried to distract myself with a paperback thriller I'd brought along, but the fictional horrors on the page seemed trivial compared to the unease growing inside me. Around midnight, I heard it, a sound so out of place it made my skin prickle. A muffled thump, followed by what might have been a groan. Peering through the RV window, I could see the stranger's fire still burning. He was crouched over something on the ground, his back to me. The firelight silhouetted his movements as he worked with focused intensity. Something about the angle of his body, the rhythmic motion of his arm, suggested he was cutting into something substantial. I grabbed the small pair of binoculars I'd brought for wildlife viewing. Through them, the scene snapped into horrifying clarity. The object beneath him was pale, with unmistakable contours that couldn't possibly be mistaken for anything but human. As he worked, he occasionally wiped his hands on a rag that had once been white, but now glistened dark in the firelight. My stomach lurched. I backed away from the window, nearly stumbling over my own feet. This couldn't be happening. My mind raced through explanations. Maybe it was a deer or some other game animal. Maybe the isolation was making me imagine things. But I knew what I'd seen. The sensible thing would be to start the RV and drive away immediately. But the engine's roar would alert him, and the service road was treacherous even in daylight. If I got stuck or stalled, I'd be trapped. My phone showed no service bars. Of course it didn't. I was miles from the nearest cell tower. I considered my options, forcing myself to think through the panic. I could try to sneak away on foot, make my way back to the main road, and flag down help. But navigating the desert at night carried its own dangers, and I had no idea how far I'd need to travel before finding assistance. Before I could decide, a new sound froze me in place. Footsteps on gravel approaching my RV. The steps were unhurried, almost casual. They stopped, then started again. Closer now. I held my breath, pressing myself against the far wall, as if an extra foot of distance might somehow protect me. Something scraped against the RV's exterior. Metal on metal, a deliberate sound. Then his voice, low and conversational, as if we were two neighbors chatting over a fence. "You ever feel like you're being followed?" The question hung in the air between us. I remained silent, hoping irrationally that he might think I was asleep or gone. The knife, I knew it was a knife, tapped against the aluminum siding. Once, twice. A rhythmic, almost playful sound. "I know you're awake," he whispered, his voice closer now, just outside the window. "I can hear you breathing." Panic surged through me like electricity. In that moment, fear transformed into desperate action. I lunged for the RV's rear door, the one farthest from his voice, and threw myself against it with enough force to nearly tear it from its hinges. The cold desert air hit my face as I stumbled outside, my only thought to put distance between myself and the RV. I ran blindly, scrabbling over rocks and dry vegetation, each breath tearing at my lungs. Behind me, I heard a low chuckle that evolved into full-throated laughter. He was enjoying this. I plunged down into the shallow canyon, my feet finding purchase by instinct alone. The moon provided just enough light to avoid fatal missteps, but not enough to choose a path with any confidence. I knew he was behind me. I could feel his presence like a physical weight, though I didn't dare look back. The terrain grew more difficult as I descended. Loose scree shifted treacherously beneath my feet. My lungs burned, unaccustomed to the thin desert air and the exertion of running for my life. After what seemed like an eternity, I reached the canyon floor and ducked behind a massive boulder, pressing my back against the cool stone. I forced myself to take shallow, quiet breaths as I listened for signs of pursuit. Nothing. The silence returned, so complete it seemed to press against my eardrums. Had I lost him? Or was he simply waiting, knowing I had nowhere to go? Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. My legs trembled from exertion and fear. Eventually, I risked a glance around the boulder. The moonlit landscape revealed no movement. I allowed myself a glimmer of hope. Perhaps I could circle back to the road, find help before he realized I was gone. Then I heard it, the scrape of boot on stone directly above me. "Found you," he said softly. I bolted like a startled rabbit, abandoning all pretense of stealth. Pure animal instinct took over as I scrambled deeper into the canyon, my hands scraped raw from catching myself on sharp rocks. Behind me, his footsteps maintained a steady, unhurried pace. He wasn't running. He didn't need to. "You're making this more fun than usual," he called, his voice echoing off the canyon walls. "Most folks just beg. It gets tiresome." The implication that there had been others before me sent a fresh wave of terror through my body. I ducked into a narrow crevice between two massive boulders, wedging myself as far back as possible. My breath came in ragged gasps that I couldn't control, each one sounding impossibly loud in the stillness. "You know what fascinates me, Jeremiah?" My blood turned to ice. How did he know my name? Had I introduced myself? No, impossible. I was certain I hadn't spoken a word to him. "It's the moment when people realize they're not at the top of the food chain anymore," he continued, his voice seeming to come from everywhere at once. "That special look in their eyes when they understand. I live for that." Something clattered on the rocks near my hiding place. He'd thrown one of his tools to flush me out. I remained frozen, pressing myself further into the crevice even as the rough stone cut into my back. "I've been watching you for miles," he said conversationally, "following that ridiculous RV of yours. You city folks are all the same, thinking you can just wander out here and find yourselves. But the desert doesn't work that way. Out here, you don't find yourself. You get stripped down to what you really are." His footsteps stopped. Complete silence fell again. I held my breath, straining to hear any indication of his location. Nothing. Minutes passed. Had he given up? Impossible to know. I remained motionless, afraid that the slightest movement would give me away. My legs had long since gone numb from maintaining the awkward crouched position, and my throat burned with thirst. Eventually, I had to move. With excruciating slowness, I shifted my weight, trying to restore circulation to my cramped limbs. My foot dislodged a small stone that clattered down with what seemed like deafening volume. No response. No footsteps. Nothing. Emboldened by the continuing silence, I eased myself forward enough to peer out from my hiding place. The canyon lay silent under the cold light of the stars. No sign of movement, no human shape visible against the landscape. Could he really be gone? I emerged cautiously, every sense heightened to painful acuity. My plan, such as it was, involved circling back toward the road by a different route, avoiding my campsite entirely. I began picking my way across the canyon floor, moving from shadow to shadow like a hunted animal. The climb back up the canyon wall was arduous. My muscles screamed in protest, and my hands, cut and bruised from the initial descent, left smears of blood on the rocks. Near the top, I paused to catch my breath and get my bearings. In the distance, I could see 2 pinpricks of light, campfires. One would be his, the other might belong to different campers, potential saviors if I could reach them. Hope surged within me. I redoubled my efforts, pulling myself up the last few yards until I reached the rim. Crouching low, I oriented myself toward the more distant light, reasoning it was more likely to belong to innocent campers than to my pursuer. I had covered perhaps half the distance when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of a vehicle's engine starting. Headlights cut through the darkness ahead of me, illuminating the scrubby landscape in harsh white light. The Jeep. He was driving a circuit, cutting me off from escape. I dove behind a clump of sagebrush, making myself as small as possible as the vehicle rumbled past. Through the dusty windshield, I caught a glimpse of his face, oddly serene as he scanned the terrain. The Jeep continued on, its taillights receding into the distance. This was my chance. I broke cover and ran toward where I believed the main road lay, no longer caring about stealth, focused only on covering as much ground as possible before he completed his circuit. My lungs burned, and each footfall sent jolts of pain through my battered body. But fear drove me forward. I had almost reached what appeared to be a trail leading back toward civilization when the Jeep's engine roared again, much closer this time. He had anticipated my move, cutting across country to intercept me. The headlights swung in my direction, pinning me in their glare. For a moment, I stood paralyzed, a deer caught in headlights quite literally. Then I dove sideways, tumbling down a short embankment as the Jeep roared past, missing me by inches. I landed hard, the impact driving the air from my lungs. Above me, I heard the vehicle skid to a stop, followed by the sound of a door opening. "You're making me work for it tonight," he called, his voice carrying an edge of genuine amusement. "I appreciate that, Jeremiah. Truly I do." I crawled deeper into the underbrush, thorns tearing at my clothes and skin. Through the vegetation, I watched his boots approach, each step deliberate and unhurried. In his right hand, something gleamed, one of his knives, the blade catching the moonlight. "You know, most folks get it all wrong about killing," he said conversationally, as if discussing the weather. "They think it's about power or control, but it's really about transformation. I'm helping people become something else, something pure. Just meat and bone, return to the cycle." He stopped mere feet from my hiding place, scanning the ground. I could see his face now, illuminated by moonlight, not the face of a movie monster, but something more terrifying in its normalcy. He looked like someone you might pass on the street without a second glance, aside from the cold calculation in his eyes. "Your tracks stop here," he observed. "Clever, but not clever enough." He moved forward, almost directly above me now. I held my breath, pressing myself into the earth as if I could somehow melt into it. His boot came down inches from my outstretched hand. Then, miraculously, headlights appeared on the distant road, a vehicle approaching. He straightened, head turning toward the intrusion. For the first time, I saw something like concern cross his features. "Seems we've got company," he muttered. Unfortunate timing. He retreated to his Jeep, movements quick and efficient now. The engine started, and the vehicle pulled away, heading in the opposite direction from the approaching lights. I remained motionless, afraid to believe in the reprieve, certain he was setting another trap. But the Jeep's taillights continued to recede until they disappeared entirely. Only then did I allow myself to move, crawling out from my hiding place with limbs that felt more wooden than flesh. The approaching vehicle, A park ranger's truck, I realized with overwhelming relief, continued along the main road, oblivious to the drama that had just played out. I half ran, half stumbled toward it, waving my arms frantically. The truck slowed, then stopped, the ranger peering at me with understandable confusion as I emerged from the darkness, bloody and disheveled. "Sir, are you all right?" I collapsed against the hood of his truck, words tumbling out in a barely coherent stream. Murder, knives, chase. The ranger's expression shifted from confusion to concern to professional alertness as he helped me into the passenger seat and radioed for backup. As we drove back toward my campsite, I directed him with increasing dread. But when we arrived, the scene was eerily normal. My RV stood undisturbed. The spot where the stranger had camped showed only a cold fire ring. No table of knives, no canvas bundles, no evidence of the horror I'd witnessed. "He was right here," I insisted, my voice breaking. "He had tools, knives, saws. He was cutting up someone." The ranger's expression was kind but skeptical. "Sir, are you sure you didn't just have a bad dream or something? Dehydration can cause hallucinations out here." "Check the Jeep tracks," I pleaded. "Look for blood on the ground. He was here." To his credit, the ranger humored me, sweeping his flashlight methodically across the area where I indicated the stranger had camped. The beam revealed nothing but undisturbed desert soil. "I'm not making this up," I said, desperation making my voice crack. "His name is Wesley Darnell. He was butchering someone." The ranger's head snapped up. "What did you say his name was?" "Wesley Darnell," I repeated. "He was following me. He knew my name somehow." The ranger's face changed, all skepticism vanishing. He reached for his radio again, his voice taking on a new urgency as he called in the name. The following hours blurred together in a haze of questioning and medical attention. More rangers arrived, followed by county sheriff's deputies. They photographed the area, collected samples from the fire pit, took my statement repeatedly. I learned that Wesley Darnell was known to law enforcement, a person of interest in at least 3 disappearances across the Southwest, though never formally charged. "How did you know his name?" a detective asked me, brow furrowed in suspicion. "He told me," I insisted. "Or maybe I overheard it, I don't know. It all happened so fast." The truth was, I couldn't remember how I knew. The name had simply been there in my mind when I needed it. This inconsistency made them doubt the rest of my story, I could tell. By dawn, they'd found no evidence to support my claims. No blood, no body parts, no abandoned tools. My credibility was hanging by a thread when a call came in that changed everything. A hiker had discovered something unusual in a ravine about a mile from our location, something that warranted immediate investigation. I wasn't allowed to accompany the officers to the site, but the grim expressions on their faces when they returned told me all I needed to know. Later, I would learn what they'd found: human remains, partially dismembered, stripped of identifying features. The victim appeared to have been dead for several days, making it impossible for me to have witnessed the actual murder. But the discovery lent credence to my story. A search warrant was issued for Wesley Darnell, though no one expected to find him easily. Men like him knew how to disappear into the vastness of the desert landscape. I spent 2 more days in Moab, sequestered in a motel room paid for by the sheriff's department while they completed their investigation. They found partial fingerprints at the ravine site that matched those on file for Darnell from a previous arrest. They also discovered that my RV had been broken into while I was fleeing through the canyon. My wallet had been rifled through, explaining how he knew my name. On the 3rd day, a deputy drove me back to my campsite to retrieve my RV. The area had been thoroughly searched and released from the investigation. Yellow police tape fluttered in the breeze, an incongruously bright intrusion on the ancient landscape. "You're lucky," the deputy commented as I climbed into the driver's seat. "Most folks who cross paths with Darnell don't live to tell about it." I nodded, unable to find words adequate to the situation. Lucky wasn't how I felt, hollowed out perhaps, fundamentally altered in ways I couldn't yet articulate. The RV started on the first try, a small mercy. I pulled onto the service road, following the deputy's cruiser back toward the highway. In my rearview mirror, the red rock formations receded, still standing in their implacable silence. They had witnessed this latest horror, as they had witnessed countless others throughout the millennia of their existence. The investigation continued for months. I received periodic updates from a victim advocate assigned to my case. Darnell remained at large, though evidence connected him to at least 7 murders across 4 states. My description helped create an updated composite sketch that was distributed throughout the Southwest. I never returned to the life I'd fled. The divorce, the financial struggles, they seemed trivial compared to what I'd experienced in the desert. Instead, I drove the RV north, eventually settling in a small town in Oregon where the constant rain and dense forests felt like the antithesis of Utah's exposed landscape. Sometimes, on particularly dark nights, I still wake believing I hear footsteps on gravel or the soft tap of metal against metal. In these moments, I remind myself that the locks are secure, that I am far from the red rock country, that statistics suggest Darnell has likely moved on to more accessible hunting grounds. But I know the truth that most people never have to face. The world contains predators who see us not as fellow humans, but as prey. They walk among us, unrecognized until the moment they choose to reveal themselves. And in that moment of revelation, everything changes. I often think about what Darnell said that night, about the desert stripping you down to what you really are. Perhaps he was right, though not in the way he intended. The desert stripped away my illusions about the world and my place in it. It revealed that survival sometimes depends not on strength or intelligence, but on simple, brutal luck. Wesley Darnell remains at large as I write this. The investigation continues, though with diminishing resources as the years pass. Sometimes I imagine him out there still, driving lonesome desert roads in search of solitary travelers, carrying his canvas-wrapped tools and his terrible hunger. And sometimes I wonder if he remembers me, the one who got away. The letter arrived on a Tuesday, just as the last autumn leaves surrendered to the coming winter. My life in the city had become a monotonous cycle of alarm clocks and deadlines, each day blending into the next like watercolors left in the rain. The thick cream envelope stood out among the bills and advertisements, its elegant handwriting a relic from another time. "Dear nephew," it began, "if you're reading this, I've finally gone to join your aunt in whatever lies beyond. The cabin at Gittyscog Lake is yours now. All I ask is that you visit it once, assess the property, and decide what to do with it. The keys are enclosed." My great-uncle Elliot had always been something of a mystery to the family. He'd retreated to the wilderness decades ago after retiring from his anthropology career, living as a recluse in a remote cabin he'd built himself. I'd met him perhaps 3 times in my life, a tall, solemn man with penetrating eyes who spoke little but seemed to observe everything. 2 weeks later, I found myself navigating a narrow dirt road that twisted through dense forest in the Pacific Northwest, my car's GPS having lost signal hours ago. I was following hand-drawn directions found folded in the envelope with the keys. The trees pressed in on both sides, their massive trunks and spreading branches creating a natural tunnel that swallowed the late afternoon light. After what seemed like an eternity of switchbacks and increasingly primitive road conditions, the forest suddenly opened up, revealing a pristine lake that glittered like polished obsidian in the fading daylight. On its far shore, nestled between ancient pines and the water's edge, stood the cabin, larger than I had imagined, its weathered logs and stone chimney giving it an organic appearance, as if it had grown from the forest floor rather than been built by human hands. I parked and stepped out, struck by the profound silence. In the city, true silence doesn't exist. There's always the distant hum of traffic, the murmur of voices, the mechanical heartbeat of civilization. But here, the absence of human-made sound was almost physical, pressing against my ears like cotton wool. The only sounds were the gentle lapping of water against the shore and the occasional whisper of wind through the towering pines. The cabin's front door opened with a creak of protest, revealing a space that was surprisingly warm and well-maintained. No dust sheets covered the furniture, no cobwebs adorned the corners. It was as if my great-uncle had simply stepped out for a walk moments before I arrived. A massive stone fireplace dominated one wall, flanked by floor-to-ceiling bookshelves filled with leather-bound volumes. A large desk near the window overlooking the lake was covered with notebooks, maps, and curious artifacts, small carvings, unusual stones, and what appeared to be plaster casts of enormous footprints. I found a note propped against a kerosene lamp on the kitchen table. The generator's in the shed out back. Wood is stacked on the porch. The lake water is pure enough to drink, but there's a well behind the cabin if you prefer. The satellite phone works when it wants to. Don't wander far after sunset. They become more active then. I assumed they referred to the local wildlife, bears perhaps, or mountain lions. I made a mental note to be cautious and set about settling in, firing up the generator and bringing in my supplies. By the time darkness fell completely, I had a fire crackling in the hearth, casting dancing shadows across the room. That first night, exhausted from the journey, I slept deeply in my great-uncle's bed, lulled by the unfamiliar chorus of night creatures and the gentle rhythm of water against shore. I dreamed of walking through endless forest corridors, following something just beyond my sight, something that moved with impossible grace for its size, leaving only the faintest impression in soft earth. The following morning dawned crisp and clear. After a simple breakfast, I decided to explore the property. The cabin stood on about an acre of cleared land that sloped gently down to a small private dock extending into the lake. Behind the main building were a tool shed, a smokehouse, and what appeared to be a small research laboratory with microscopes and other scientific equipment. Most intriguing was a locked room at the back of the cabin. None of the keys on the ring I'd been given seemed to fit its heavy padlock. I made a mental note to search for the key later. As I walked the perimeter of the clearing, I noticed something odd about the surrounding forest. The trees at the edge seemed different. Their arrangement appeared almost deliberate, as if they'd been positioned to form a boundary, and in places, branches had been broken at a height no bear or known predator could reach. I found myself drawn to a narrow trail leading away from the lake into the deeper woods. My great-uncle's carefully drawn map, which I'd found in one of his desk drawers, showed several such trails radiating out from the cabin like spokes from a hub, each marked with curious symbols I didn't recognize. The trail I followed was well-maintained but narrow, forcing me to walk single file between towering trees. The forest here was old growth, with massive trunks soaring upward to form a living cathedral of interlaced branches high above. Sunlight filtered through in dappled patterns, and the soft carpet of pine needles muffled my footsteps. After about 20 minutes of hiking, the trail opened into a small clearing dominated by an enormous lightning-struck pine. Its split trunk and charred upper branches created a stark silhouette against the sky, but it was what lay at its base that stopped me cold. A perfect circle of stones, each about the size of a human head, surrounded the tree in a precise arrangement. In the center of this circle was a large, flat rock, with what appeared to be offerings placed upon it: feathers, small bones, unusual pebbles, and what looked disturbingly like tufts of dark, coarse hair, unlike any animal fur I recognized. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. This was no random formation or geological curiosity. This was deliberate. This was ritual. As I stood contemplating the strange altar, a sound reached me from deeper in the forest, a long, low whistle that seemed to reverberate through the trees, neither fully animal nor human. It was answered by another, more distant call from the opposite direction. The rational part of my mind suggested animal calls, or perhaps the wind through some natural formation, creating an unusual acoustic effect. But something more primal inside me recognized it as communication, complex, intentional, and completely unknown to modern science. I hurried back to the cabin, suddenly aware of eyes tracking my movement through the dense undergrowth. Twice I stopped and turned quickly, certain I would catch sight of whatever was following me, but each time I saw only trees swaying gently in the breeze and shadows shifting as clouds passed overhead. Back at the cabin, I found myself drawn to my great-uncle's research. The notebooks on his desk contained decades of observations, sketches, and theories. Elliot had come here initially as a skeptic, intending to debunk local legends about forest giants through methodical scientific inquiry. The early entries were dismissive, attributing sightings to misidentified bears, overactive imaginations, or deliberate hoaxes. But as the journals progressed chronologically, his tone changed. Skepticism gave way to confusion, then cautious belief, and finally absolute certainty. The final volumes contained detailed accounts of encounters, behavior patterns, communication attempts, and even what appeared to be a rudimentary dictionary of sounds and their meanings. According to my great-uncle's research, the creatures, which he never named directly, referring to them only as the forest people, had inhabited these woods for thousands of years, long before human settlement. They were not animals, but a distinct, intelligent species with complex social structures, rudimentary tool use, and sophisticated communication methods. Most disturbing was his final notebook, dated just weeks before his death. The handwriting had grown shakier, more urgent. "They know I am dying. They come closer to the cabin each night. Not threatening, observing, waiting. The elders remember when their kind and ours lived in balance, before the culling, before the betrayal. They want something from me, from my bloodline, a restoration of the old covenant." As daylight faded, I found myself checking and rechecking the doors and windows of the cabin. The forest that had seemed so peaceful in daylight now loomed menacingly, full of moving shadows and unidentifiable sounds. I built up the fire and tried to lose myself in one of the books from my great-uncle's extensive library, but my attention kept wandering to the darkened windows and what might be watching from just beyond the glass. That night, I dreamed again. I was standing by the lake in moonlight, watching as massive, shadowy figures moved along the tree line, their movements fluid despite their bulk. They kept their distance, but I could feel their intelligence, their curiosity, their ancient patience. In the dream, I felt no fear, only wonder, and a strange sense of recognition. I woke with a start to absolute darkness, the fire having died to embers. For a moment I was disoriented, unsure what had woken me. Then I heard it. A soft, rhythmic tapping on the cabin's rear wall. 3 taps, then 2, then 3 again. A pattern, a signal. Heart pounding, I lay perfectly still, straining to hear any other sounds. The tapping came again, identical in pattern. Then, silence. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I gathered my courage and crept to the window, pulling back the curtain just enough to peer out. The full moon illuminated the clearing around the cabin in silver light. At first I saw nothing unusual, just the swaying shadows of trees and the gentle night breeze. Then, at the forest's edge, something moved, something large. The shape was indistinct, partially obscured by the trees, but I could make out a massive silhouette that seemed to stand upright on 2 legs. It remained perfectly still, as if aware of my observation. Then, deliberately, it raised one long arm, in what could only be described as a gesture of acknowledgement, before melting back into the deeper shadows of the forest. I stood frozen at the window, my breath fogging the glass, uncertainty and fear warring with a growing sense that I was on the threshold of a discovery that would change everything. Whatever was out there in the darkness had been known to my great-uncle. Now it was reaching out to me. Little did I know that this was merely the beginning of my descent into the mysteries of Gittyscog Lake and its ancient guardians. In the days to come, I would be forced to confront not only the existence of creatures long dismissed as myth, but also the disturbing question of what they wanted from me, the last of my great-uncle's bloodline, and what ancient covenant I was expected to fulfill. Morning came with a thick blanket of fog draped over the lake, turning the familiar landscape into something otherworldly. I moved through the cabin in a daze, my mind replaying the events of the previous night, trying to rationalize what I had seen. Maybe it had been a bear standing momentarily on its hind legs. Maybe my overtired mind had transformed shadows into the silhouette I thought I'd seen. Yet deep down, I knew better. The deliberate tapping, the unmistakable gesture, the way it had stood, fully upright, taller than any human could be. I spent the morning going through more of my great-uncle's research materials, finding photographs of unusual tracks, hair samples preserved in labeled glass vials, and audio recordings on old cassette tapes. I found an ancient tape player and listened to several recordings labeled simply with dates and times. Most contained only forest ambience wind, bird calls, the occasional distant splash from the lake. But on one tape, recorded nearly 15 years ago during a full moon in autumn, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Against the backdrop of normal night sounds came a series of whistles and deep, rhythmic vocalizations, almost like speech but utterly inhuman. Then my great-uncle's voice whispering, "They're responding to my signals. The same pattern returned exactly. This isn't mimicry. This is communication." The tape continued for several more minutes with these exchanges, my uncle producing a sequence of knocks or whistles, followed by a perfect repetition from something unseen in the forest. The final exchange ended with what sounded like my uncle's pattern being repeated, but with additional sounds at the end, as if whatever was out there was not just echoing but responding, adding its own message. My hands trembled as I switched off the player. This wasn't the raving of a delusional old man or the overactive imagination of an isolated researcher. This was evidence, methodical, scientific evidence, of something incredible. I turned my attention to the locked room at the back of the cabin. After a thorough search, I found a small metal box hidden in a hollow space beneath a floorboard under my great-uncle's bed. Inside was a single key and another note. "If you've found this, you're ready to see. But remember, knowledge demands responsibility." The key fit perfectly in the padlock. The heavy door swung open to reveal what could only be described as a shrine to decades of research. 3 walls were covered with maps of the surrounding wilderness, dotted with colored pins and strings connecting various locations. Photographs and sketches of enormous footprints were meticulously labeled with dates and measurements. Glass cases contained what appeared to be hair samples, fragments of unusually large bones, and what looked disturbingly like a massive tooth or claw. But it was the center of the room that truly took my breath away. On a large table sat a detailed scale model of the entire region, the lake, the surrounding mountains, and the vast forest, all recreated in exquisite detail. Small red markers dotted the miniature landscape, with the highest concentration around our cabin and several nearby ridgelines. A leather-bound journal sat beside the model, its pages filled with my great-uncle's precise handwriting. This wasn't a scientific journal, but a personal one, detailing his slow transformation from skeptic to believer to something approaching reverence. The final entries described how he had gradually earned the trust of what he called the forest people, establishing a wary relationship based on mutual respect and territory boundaries. He wrote of gifts left at the edge of the clearing, intricate weavings of plant material, unusual stones, once even a freshly killed deer. In return, he had left his own offerings, packages of salt, metal tools, and occasionally medicines when he observed signs of injury or illness among them. What emerged most clearly from his writings was that these weren't mindless beasts, but intelligent, social beings with their own culture and history. A history that, according to his theories, stretched back tens of thousands of years, possibly predating human civilization in the region. Most unsettling was his belief that they were dwindling in number, pushed to the brink of extinction by human encroachment, habitat destruction, and occasional direct violence when they were discovered. This particular group, he theorized, might be among the last of their kind, preserving ancient knowledge and traditions in these remote mountains. The final pages of the journal contained what appeared to be a warning. They tolerate my presence because of the pact I made. I promised protection, to keep their existence secret, to maintain this land as a sanctuary. In return, they've allowed me to observe, to learn. But I fear what will happen when I'm gone. They know about bloodlines, about family. They'll expect my successor to honor the agreement. They'll be watching, waiting to see if the covenant will be maintained or broken. I closed the journal, feeling the weight of an unexpected inheritance far heavier than a simple cabin in the woods. My great-uncle hadn't just left me property. He'd left me a responsibility, a sacred trust to protect something the world didn't even know existed. As if to punctuate this realization, a long, mournful call echoed across the lake, similar to the sounds on the tape, but louder, clearer, unmistakably directed toward the cabin, toward me. I spent the afternoon in the woods, hiking a different trail marked on my great-uncle's map. This one led up to a ridge overlooking the entire valley. From this vantage point, I could see for miles the vast expanse of untouched forest, the silver thread of a river winding through distant hills, and the perfect oval of Gitaskog Lake reflecting the cloudy sky like a mirror. Our cabin was a tiny speck at the lake's edge, vulnerable and exposed when viewed from above. As I surveyed this spectacular vista, I noticed unusual arrangements of rocks and fallen trees at various points along the ridgeline, too regular to be natural, too ancient to be the work of recent hikers. I recalled passages from my great-uncle's journal describing territorial markers and boundary signs used by the forest people. I was standing in what amounted to a carefully marked border territory, and I had crossed into their domain. The sensation of being watched intensified. The forest around me, which had seemed merely atmospheric before, now felt alive with hidden presences. Every shadow might conceal a watcher. Every rustle of leaves might signal movement just out of sight. I began making my way back down toward the cabin, careful to stay on the trail. About halfway down, I found something that stopped me in my tracks. A complex arrangement of broken branches and stones placed directly across the path. It hadn't been there on my way up. I was certain of it. This was a message, a marker, perhaps a warning. I carefully stepped around it, respecting it as a sign, while continuing my descent. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees growing thicker, the underbrush more dense. Twice I thought I heard heavy movement paralleling my path just out of sight. Once I caught a glimpse of something large and dark moving between distant trees, too large to be a deer, too swift and deliberate to be a bear. When I finally reached the clearing around the cabin, the late afternoon sun was casting long shadows across the grass. I hurried inside, locking the door behind me despite knowing that such precautions would be meaningless if the forest people chose to enter. According to my great-uncle's notes, their strength far exceeded that of any human. As darkness fell, I built up the fire and sat with my great-uncle's final journal in hand, rereading his descriptions of the covenant he had established. The more I read, the more I understood that I stood at a crossroads. I could leave this place, sell the property, and try to forget what I had discovered. Or I could accept the mantle my great-uncle had passed to me, guardian of a prehistoric secret, protector of a species teetering on the edge of extinction. That night, the tapping came again. The same pattern as before, 3-2-3, repeated patiently at 10-minute intervals for nearly an hour. I sat by the fire, listening but making no move to respond, unsure what acknowledgement would signify or what obligation it might place upon me. Finally, the tapping stopped, replaced by silence so complete it seemed to have weight. Then, from much closer than I expected, perhaps just outside the window, came a deep, resonant sound, almost like speech, but containing vowels and consonants no human throat could produce. It was followed by 3 deliberate, heavy footsteps moving away from the cabin, and then nothing. I slept fitfully, waking often to listen for sounds outside. In the darkest hour of the night, I dreamed again. But this time, the dream had a clarity and coherence that felt significant. In the dream, I stood by the shore of the lake under a sky filled with stars more brilliant than any I'd seen in waking life. Across the water, massive figures moved in and out of the tree line, their forms clearer than in my previous dream but still shadowy, indistinct. They seemed to be performing some kind of ritual, moving in measured patterns around a central fire. One figure, larger than the rest, separated from the group and waded into the lake, moving directly toward me. Despite its enormous size and inhuman proportions, I felt no fear, only anticipation and a strange sense of recognition, as if meeting a forgotten relative. It stopped a few yards offshore, water lapping around its waist. In the dream logic way of such visions, I could suddenly see its face clearly, despite the distance and darkness, a face both alien and familiar, with deep-set eyes that reflected the starlight with profound intelligence. It raised one massive hand, palm upward, as if offering something or perhaps asking for something. I woke with a gasp, sitting bolt upright in bed. Gray dawn light filtered through the cabin windows. For a moment I was disoriented, the boundary between dream and reality blurred. Then I saw it. On the floor near the front door lay a small object that hadn't been there when I'd gone to sleep. Moving cautiously, I approached and knelt down. It was a stone, about the size of my palm, but unlike any I'd seen before. Perfectly smooth and oval, deep green in color with veins of what looked like gold or copper running through it. It had been polished to a high sheen, clearly worked by intelligent hands. Next to it lay a small bundle of unfamiliar herbs tied with what appeared to be strands of dark, coarse hair, a gift, an offering, perhaps a test. I thought of the dream, of the outstretched hand, of my great-uncle's warnings about expectations and covenants. Whatever was happening here went beyond mere scientific discovery or property inheritance. I was being drawn into something ancient and profound, a relationship between two species that had evolved in parallel for millennia. The question was no longer whether I believed in the forest people. The question was what I would do with that belief, and whether I could fulfill the responsibility that had been placed upon me, not just by my great-uncle, but by beings that had inhabited these forests since before recorded history. As I held the stone in my palm, feeling its strange warmth and perfect balance, I made my decision. I would stay, at least long enough to understand what was being asked of me. I would learn what my great-uncle had learned, see what he had seen. And perhaps in doing so, I would find my own place in a world suddenly much larger and more mysterious than I had ever imagined. Little did I know that my commitment would soon be tested in ways I couldn't anticipate, and that the true nature of the covenant between my bloodline and the forest people involved sacrifices I wasn't yet prepared to make. A week passed, each day bringing new discoveries and increasingly bold encounters. The forest people, I had begun to think of them by my great-uncle's term, seemed to be testing me, gauging my reactions, gradually revealing themselves in more direct ways. I found footprints in the soft earth at the lake's edge, enormous impressions that matched the plaster casts in my great-uncle's collection. Strange arrangements of stones and branches appeared overnight around the perimeter of the clearing. Twice I woke to find gifts left on the cabin porch. Once a cluster of unusual mushrooms tied together with plant fibers. Once a perfectly preserved eagle feather adorned with intricate knotwork made from some kind of plant material. Following my great-uncle's example, I left my own offerings at the stone circle in the clearing salt, a small metal knife I found in the tool shed, and once, when I accidentally cut myself while chopping wood, a cloth containing a few drops of my own blood. This last offering disappeared within hours, and that night the activity around the cabin intensified. I heard them moving in the darkness, heavy footsteps circling the building, low vocalizations that seemed to be a form of communication, occasional tapping on the walls in patterns that varied, but always maintained the basic 3-2-3 sequence my great-uncle had documented. On the 8th night, as a gibbous moon hung low over the mountains, I made a decision. Instead of remaining inside as darkness fell, I built a small fire in the clearing near the lake shore, set a single chair beside it, and sat down to wait. I had no weapon. My great-uncle's journals were adamant that showing trust was essential to maintaining the covenant. But I kept the satellite phone in my pocket as my one concession to caution. Hours passed. The fire burned low. The distant hooting of an owl and the gentle lapping of the lake against the shore were the only sounds. Just as my eyelids began to grow heavy, a change came over the forest. It wasn't a sound so much as the absence of sound, a sudden stillness, as if the entire ecosystem was holding its breath. Then I saw it. At the edge of the clearing, just beyond where the firelight faded into darkness, stood a figure that defied conventional description. Taller than any human, perhaps 7 or 8 feet in height, with a powerful build that combined human and ape-like characteristics, yet was distinctly neither. Its body was covered in dark hair, but not the shaggy coat depicted in popular culture. This was more like a human's hair, though thicker and more extensive. Most striking were its eyes, reflecting the firelight with an intelligence that was unmistakable and unsettling. I remained seated, forcing my breathing to remain steady, fighting against the instinct to flee. The figure watched me for what felt like an eternity, neither advancing nor retreating. Then, slowly, deliberately, it raised one massive hand in the same gesture I had seen in my dream, palm up, open, not threatening but offering or asking. Drawing on every ounce of courage I possessed, I stood and mirrored the gesture, extending my own hand, palm upward. For several heartbeats, we remained frozen in this tableau, human and other, connected by an ancient understanding that transcended species barriers. Then something extraordinary happened. The creature took a step forward, entering the circle of firelight for the first time. I could see it clearly now, its face with prominent brow ridges and deep-set eyes, its massive shoulders and powerful hands. But what struck me most was its expression, a look of solemn assessment, of judgment, as if I were being weighed and measured against some standard I didn't fully comprehend. It made a series of sounds, deep, resonant vocalizations interspersed with clicks, and what seemed like words in a language no human has ever cataloged. When it finished, it looked at me expectantly, waiting for a response. Remembering my great-uncle's journals, I slowly reached for the stone that had been left for me days earlier. I had been carrying it in my pocket, unsure of its significance, but feeling that it was important. I held it out, offering it back to the forest person. This seemed to be the right response. The creature nodded, an unmistakably human gesture, and approached with slow, measured steps. Standing before me, it towered at least 2 feet above my head. The smell that emanated from it was earthy, but not unpleasant, like moss, wet stone, and something musky that reminded me of deer. It reached out one massive hand and took the stone, examining it carefully before producing another from a crude pouch attached to what appeared to be a simple belt around its waist. This new stone was similar to the first but darker, with red veining instead of gold. It placed this stone in my palm and then did something unexpected. It placed its other hand over mine, enveloping my hand completely in its enormous grip. The touch was warm, the skin calloused but not rough. A shock seemed to pass between us. Not electrical, but something more primal, a recognition on some cellular level that transcended conscious thought. Images flashed through my mind, ancient forests, generations of these beings living and dying in these mountains, encounters with humans throughout the centuries, some peaceful, many violent. The creature released my hand and stepped back. It made another series of sounds, then turned and walked back toward the forest. At the edge of the trees, it stopped and looked back, making a gesture that clearly meant I should follow. Against all common sense and self-preservation instinct, I did. The creature led me along a trail I hadn't discovered in my explorations, moving with surprising grace for its size. We walked for perhaps 20 minutes, deeper into the forest than I had ventured before, eventually emerging into a clearing dominated by an enormous old-growth cedar tree, its trunk wider than my great-uncle's cabin. In the shadow of this tree stood what I can only describe as a structure, not quite a building by human standards, but clearly a deliberately constructed shelter made from interwoven branches, bark, and stone. Around it, partially hidden in the deeper shadows, I could make out more of the forest people, 5 or 6 figures of varying sizes, watching silently as I was led into their home territory. Inside the shelter, illuminated by what appeared to be a small fire pit in the center, lay an old male of their species. Even lying down, its size was impressive, but its body showed signs of great age, graying hair, gnarled hands, and eyes clouded with cataracts. It was clearly ill or injured, breathing with difficulty. My guide made a series of sounds directed at the elder, who responded with weaker vocalizations. Then both turned their attention to me. The elder extended one trembling hand toward me, palm up, the same gesture I had seen before. But now I understood it was not just a greeting, but a request. The younger forest person picked up what appeared to be a crude pouch made of woven plant material and handed it to me. Inside were various herbs and plant materials, some of which I recognized from my great-uncle's botanical collections in the cabin. Also in the pouch was a small glass bottle that I immediately recognized, one of my great-uncle's medicine vials. Suddenly, the entries in his final journal made sense. He hadn't just been observing these creatures. He had been helping them, using his knowledge of modern medicine to treat their illnesses and injuries. This was part of the covenant protection that went beyond simply maintaining their secret. The elder made another sound, more urgent this time, and gestured to its side, where a crude bandage of moss and bark covered what appeared to be a serious wound. The younger one looked at me expectantly. They wanted me to help, to heal, to continue what my great-uncle had begun. I had basic first aid training, but nothing that prepared me for treating a creature that wasn't supposed to exist. Yet I couldn't refuse, not just because I was alone and potentially in danger if I declined, but because something deeper compelled me to honor what had clearly been my great-uncle's commitment. Using the supplies in the pouch and drawing on fragmented memories of wilderness medicine from books in my great-uncle's library, I cleaned and redressed the wound, a deep gash that looked like it might have come from a jagged rock or perhaps a hunter's trap. The elder remained stoic throughout, only occasionally making low sounds that I interpreted as pain. When I finished, the elder reached out again, this time grasping my wrist with surprising strength for one so infirm. It pulled me closer, its face inches from mine, its eyes, despite their cloudiness, fixed on mine with an intensity that transcended species barriers. It spoke, there is no other word for it, in a sequence of sounds that seemed to contain not just communication, but command, instruction, even prophecy. I couldn't understand the words, but the intent behind them resonated through my entire being. This was the covenant being passed to me directly, an obligation being transferred from one generation to the next. When it released me, I stepped back, shaken by the encounter. The younger forest person led me back through the woods to the edge of the clearing around the cabin. Before disappearing back into the forest, it paused and made a final gesture, pressing its hand to its chest, then extending it toward me. I understood. I had been accepted, at least provisionally. I was now part of something ancient and profound, a relationship between two species that had evolved in parallel, occasionally intersecting throughout human history, but largely remaining separate and secret. Back in the cabin, I couldn't sleep. My mind raced with the implications of what had occurred. I was now the guardian, not just of a piece of property, but of a secret that would upend our understanding of evolutionary history and human exceptionalism. I was responsible for beings that would be hunted, captured, and studied if their existence became known to the wider world. As dawn broke over the lake, I came to a decision. I would stay, not just for a few weeks as I had initially planned, but indefinitely. I would continue my great-uncle's work, documenting these extraordinary beings while helping to ensure their continued survival. I would maintain the covenant, becoming the bridge between two worlds that had existed side by side for millennia. But even as I made this commitment, a shadow crossed my resolve. In the distance, beyond the far shore of the lake, I heard the unmistakable sound of an engine, a vehicle moving along the logging road that my great-uncle's maps showed cutting through the national forest several miles away. The outside world was encroaching. The sanctuary my great-uncle had helped maintain was under threat from expanding human development, and I, its new guardian, would soon face challenges that would test not just my commitment to the covenant, but my very understanding of what it means to be human. In the silent forest around Gittyscog Lake, ancient eyes watched and waited, their fate now intertwined with mine through a covenant written not on paper, but in blood and bone, and the long memory of a species that had witnessed the rise and fall of human civilizations since before recorded history. The true test was just beginning. This is truly the scariest, most horrible thing that has ever happened to me. I've never experienced such profound terror in my life. To this day, I still don't know who this man was, what he was trying to accomplish, or if he remains where I last saw him. I apologize for the extensive geographical description that follows, but I need you to understand how isolated I was when this incident occurred, and how catastrophically it could have ended if not for my parents' intervention. It was June 2023, and I had returned home for summer break for the first time in a year after beginning university. At 19, I was eager to reconnect with the landscape of my childhood. Our residence was situated just beyond the borders of a small, close-knit town completely encircled by dense forest. The property featured a modest man-made lake that branched off from a substantial river snaking for miles through the woodland, eventually splitting into several streams east of the lake. Adjacent to our home ran a narrow, grassy trail that led to the river by following one of these streams. Though it required substantial walking, approximately 3 hours round trip, it was a journey I had frequently undertaken throughout my youth. The surrounding vegetation had grown increasingly wild and untamed over the years, with thorny underbrush and fallen trees creating natural barriers that deterred casual hikers. This remoteness had always been part of its appeal to me. The pristine solitude, the untouched quality that made it feel like my personal sanctuary. The forest possessed a certain ambiance I'd never found elsewhere. During summer, sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns that shifted with the breeze. In the absence of human activity, wildlife thrived undisturbed. Deer, foxes, badgers, and countless bird species. I had documented most of these encounters in journals throughout my childhood, cataloging the natural world with scientific precision inherited from my biologist father. This particular forest covered over 30 square miles of uninterrupted wilderness, broken only by the occasional stream or clearing. The nearest neighbor was 3 miles away from our property, and the closest emergency services were stationed in town, approximately 15 minutes by car, assuming optimal conditions. These details seemed inconsequential until they suddenly weren't. I knew this forest thoroughly. I understood where I could navigate through dense tree clusters to access the stream. The established trail would gradually veer northwest, moving away from the waterway before making an abrupt westward turn several miles into the journey. By this point, the stream would be concealed deep within the forest. My routine involved continuing north, following the stream through the woodland to reach the river, then tracking the river westward to arrive at the lake. Disorientation comes easily in these woods because the terrain doesn't simply decline toward water sources. It undulates continuously, rising and falling without discernible pattern, until you find yourself completely enveloped by trees with no clear directional markers. I had spent countless days exploring these grounds, either alone or with my father over 18 years, without ever encountering another person in the forest. My first excursion that summer occurred on a Tuesday morning. I departed early, walking along the established path away from the stream until reaching the sharp bend, then re-entering the forest. After approximately an hour of hiking, I reached the stream. The water ran clear that day, reflecting the cloudless sky above. As I knelt to cool my hands in the water, a sound pierced the natural ambiance, a bell ringing in the distance coming from the north. The ringing was fervent and oddly rhythmic. not random as one might expect from an animal accidentally triggering it. I listened intently, initially wondering if it might be a hunting dog that had wandered from its owner. The forest amplified sounds in unpredictable ways, making distance difficult to gauge, but this seemed distinctly intentional. Despite recognizing the potential danger, I began moving toward the sound. In retrospect, my behavior was recklessly typical of horror story victims, but curiosity overwhelmed caution. As I moved, the bell continued its eerie cadence, but its source seemed to recede. After approximately 5 minutes of pursuit, the ringing ceased entirely. I paused, attempting to process what I'd heard. The stream lacked sufficient flow to transport an object producing such a clear, resonant tone. The river remained too distant to be the source. I contemplated numerous explanations, but my instincts suggested human activity, a conclusion that generated inexplicable discomfort. I attempted to dismiss these thoughts and continue my walk normally. The forest had returned to its typical sounds, birds calling, leaves rustling, distant water flowing, when I discovered something profoundly disturbing: a badger, dead and meticulously decapitated. The precision of the wound indicated it had been executed with a sharp implement, likely a hunting knife. The carcass remained relatively fresh. The body maintained flexibility without significant decomposition odor. However, the wound already hosted clusters of maggots, suggesting it had been there for at least several hours. The realization struck me forcefully. The bell sound had followed the stream's path, as had I. Logically, the badger had been placed, perhaps even killed, at this location deliberately. I observed the surroundings more carefully now, noting disturbed undergrowth and what appeared to be partial footprints in softer ground. Something about the methodical nature of the decapitation disturbed me far more than finding a natural animal death. The precision spoke of patience, of time spent ensuring the cut was perfect. I photographed the scene with my phone, intending to show my father, then continued my hike with considerably more vigilance. Nothing else unusual occurred that day. I completed my circuit to the lake and returned home, mentioning the strange bell and decapitated badger to my parents over dinner. My father, an experienced outdoorsman, suggested it might be another hiker playing a prank, or perhaps evidence of poachers operating in the area. He promised to notify the local conservation officer. That night, I reviewed my photos, zooming in on the clean-edged wound of the badger. Something about the calculated nature of it prevented me from dismissing it as a simple act of cruelty or hunting. The following days passed uneventfully. I occupied myself with summer reading assignments and reconnecting with hometown friends. However, thoughts of the forest incident recurred frequently. I researched local wildlife patterns and consulted my father's extensive nature books, searching for explanations. Could territorial animals decapitate prey so precisely? Was there any record of similar incidents in the area? Nothing I discovered provided satisfactory answers. The conservation officer visited our property 3 days after my hike. He reviewed my photographs and took notes, but seemed skeptical about finding anyone responsible. "These woods are vast," he explained. "Unless someone's operating regularly in a specific area, finding them would be nearly impossible." He promised increased patrols near established trails, but acknowledged the limitations of monitoring such extensive wilderness. During this period, I experienced disturbing dreams, visions of walking endless forest paths while bell sounds echoed from every direction. I'd wake disoriented, convinced someone was observing me from beyond my bedroom window. Rational thought eventually prevailed with daylight, but the lingering unease remained. Something about the incident had fundamentally altered my perception of the forest I'd previously considered a sanctuary. My father suggested we avoid that particular forest section for the remainder of summer. Plenty of other trails to explore, he reasoned. No sense putting ourselves in potential danger. I agreed verbally, but internally questioned whether avoiding the area would resolve my growing unease. Part of me, the reckless, curious part, wanted answers that could only be found by returning. A week passed. The conservation officer reported finding nothing unusual during his patrols. Local hiking groups hadn't reported strange encounters. The incident began fading from immediate concern, relegated to an unusual but isolated event. Perhaps it truly had been a one-time occurrence. a hiker with bizarre habits, or a poacher avoiding detection. Logic suggested avoiding further investigation. However, logic rarely dictates human behavior when curiosity intervenes. 1 week after my initial forest encounter, I made the fateful decision to return. My rationale contained multiple flaws. I convinced myself that daylight exploration posed minimal risk, that my familiarity with the terrain provided adequate protection, that the previous incident was likely isolated. These justifications masked my fundamental motivation. I needed to confirm whether the disturbance had been anomalous or indicated a persistent threat. I departed home at approximately 6 p.m., significantly later than my previous excursion. The setting sun cast long shadows through the trees, creating alternating patterns of illumination and darkness across the forest floor. My backpack contained essential supplies: water, energy bars, a first aid kit, and a substantial flashlight, preparedness that ultimately proved insufficient. The weather forecast had predicted scattered showers, but dark clouds gathering overhead suggested more substantial precipitation approaching. I considered postponing, but calculated that I could complete at least part of my intended circuit before rainfall intensified. The humidity hung heavily in the air, creating that distinctive pre-storm atmosphere that amplifies every natural scent. I retraced my previous route, walking along the established path before diverting toward the stream. The forest appeared unchanged: identical trees, familiar undergrowth, consistent birdsong gradually diminishing as wildlife sensed the impending storm. I reached the stream location where I'd previously discovered the badger carcass. No evidence remained. Scavengers had likely removed any traces. This observation provided temporary relief. I continued toward the river, reaching it within approximately an hour. The water level had risen slightly from recent rainfall, creating subtle whirlpools where it navigated around submerged rocks and branches. Standing at the riverbank, I suddenly questioned the wisdom of my expedition. The darkening sky and increasing wind suggested the approaching storm would arrive sooner than anticipated. Additionally, sunset would occur around 9 p.m., leaving me potentially navigating unfamiliar terrain in darkness. Making what I believed was the prudent decision, I turned back, intending to retrace my steps to the stream and then follow the most direct route home. The first raindrops began falling as I re-entered the densest section of forest. What began as gentle precipitation rapidly intensified into a substantial downpour. Water cascaded through the canopy, creating a continuous curtain that limited visibility and transformed the forest floor into increasingly treacherous terrain. The sound of rainfall against countless leaves created an encompassing wall of white noise that masked more subtle forest sounds. I walked with increasing speed, head lowered against the deluge, navigating primarily by memory through the most open sections of forest. My focused downward gaze prevented me from noticing the obstruction until physical contact occurred. The impact wasn't particularly forceful, but the immediate sensation registered as wrong. Too solid for foliage, yet yielding in a distinctly organic manner. The accompanying odor confirmed my worst fears before visual identification was possible. An overwhelming scent of putrefaction assaulted my senses, the unmistakable stench of advanced decomposition. I raised my gaze to confront a nightmarish tableau. The decapitated badger carcass I had discovered previously now hung suspended from a tree branch. The head had been reattached to the body through a grotesque approximation of taxidermy, secured to the front paws with what appeared to be fishing line, creating a macabre, puppet-like presentation. The entire construction swung gently in the wind, dripping a viscous greenish fluid that had partially transferred to my clothing during our collision. My physiological response was immediate and overwhelming. Violent gagging preceded dry heaving as my body attempted to purge itself in response to the sensory assault. The putrid liquid clung to my hair and face, mingling with rainwater in revolting rivulets. I frantically wiped at my skin and clothing, desperate to remove any trace of contact with the decaying matter. Initial shock gave way to horrifying realization. I had walked this exact route to reach the river, meaning the badger's remains must have been suspended after I had passed this location. Someone had been tracking my movements through the forest with sufficient proximity to anticipate my return path. The implication was undeniable. I was being observed, possibly stalked. Every unexplained sound from my journey suddenly acquired sinister significance. The subtle cracking of branches I'd attributed to wildlife movement might have been human footsteps. The occasional rustling beyond visual range could have indicated someone paralleling my path while maintaining concealment. My isolation, previously a source of comfort, transformed instantly into vulnerability. I surveyed my surroundings with new urgency, attempting to identify any sign of human presence through the continuous rainfall. The forest had become an environment of concealment, with potential observation points hidden behind every substantial tree trunk or dense vegetation cluster. Paranoia escalated rapidly as I considered how long this surveillance might have been occurring. Making a swift decision, I abandoned my planned route along the stream and began moving directly toward the established path. This alternate direction would extend my journey but would eventually connect with the more trafficked trail where my father could potentially locate me. I accelerated to a jog despite the hazardous conditions, prioritizing distance over caution. The rainfall continued unabated, transforming the forest floor into increasingly treacherous terrain. My boots sank into softening soil with each step, occasionally sliding on exposed roots or concealed stones. Despite these challenges, I maintained my expedited pace, driven by escalating fear and the desperate need to reach more accessible territory. Then it returned, the distinctive sound that had initiated this nightmare. A bell rang through the rainfall, its tone unmistakably similar to what I had heard during my previous visit. Unlike before, the ringing persisted with deliberate rhythm, neither approaching nor receding but maintaining consistent volume. This stability suggested the source remained stationary, perhaps intentionally signaling its presence. In that moment, rationality temporarily abandoned me. I fumbled for my phone with rain-slicked fingers, miraculously maintaining grip long enough to call my father. The connection established, I desperately explained my situation while continuing to move. I needed immediate evacuation from the forest. Someone was present and likely stalking me. I was heading toward the path's western bend where it sharply turned. My father, recognizing genuine terror in my voice, immediately departed with my mother to meet me at the designated location. The bell continued its eerie cadence, occasionally pausing before resuming with altered rhythm. The sound seemed to shift position subtly, first ahead, then behind, then to my right, creating the disturbing impression of encirclement. My auditory processing became increasingly unreliable as panic escalated, compounded by the rainfall's persistent white noise and my own labored breathing. My ability to maintain directional awareness deteriorated rapidly. The southwestern trajectory I'd intended to follow became increasingly uncertain as familiar landmarks disappeared in the growing darkness and relentless precipitation. My pace alternated between frantic running and hurried walking as exhaustion competed with adrenaline. Each pause to recalibrate direction was accompanied by hyper-vigilant scanning of surrounding vegetation for movement. I maintained phone contact with my mother, who relayed their progress toward the meeting point. Their presence on the established path provided a lifeline, a specific destination, and the promise of safety. I continued moving through the forest, repeatedly attempting to regulate my breathing enough to listen for sounds beyond my own movements and the persistent rainfall. Branches snapped somewhere behind me. The sound was distinctive, carrying the unmistakable quality of deliberate movement rather than natural breakage from wind or water weight. The bell rang again, closer, more insistent. I increased my pace to full running despite the hazardous conditions, no longer concerned with injury risk from falls compared to the greater threat at my back. Complete darkness enveloped the forest now, my world reduced to the narrow cone of visibility provided by my flashlight. The rain had partially subsided, but water continued dripping from saturated foliage, creating phantom sounds that triggered repeated startled responses. My progress had become a desperate stumbling advance, each step threatening to end in a fall on the slippery terrain. The bell rang again, noticeably closer. I risked a glance backward, sweeping my flashlight in a broad arc behind me. The beam caught nothing initially, then illuminated a partial view at the clearing's edge that fundamentally altered my understanding of my situation. A tall figure stood motionless at the forest periphery. Distance and darkness prevented detailed observation, but certain elements registered with terrifying clarity. The individual's height exceeded normal proportions, though whether this resulted from actual stature or artificial extension remained unclear. More significantly, both hands manipulated a large brass bell positioned at waist level, deliberately creating the sound that had haunted my forest experiences. The figure made no attempt to conceal its presence now. It remained stationary, allowing full observation while continuing to ring the bell with methodical precision. Though facial features remained indiscernible, I perceived with absolute certainty that the figure maintained direct eye contact during this brief connection. An unspoken message transmitted across the separation, acknowledgement that the game of observation had progressed to direct confrontation. This visual confirmation catalyzed previously untapped physical resources. I abandoned all pretense of measured movement and launched into genuine flight. My legs propelled me forward with unprecedented speed, fueled by primal survival instinct rather than conscious direction. I screamed continuously, partly to attract potential rescuers, partly as involuntary vocalization of absolute terror, and partly as psychological defense against the sounds potentially emanating from behind. "I'm on the phone with the police right now," I shouted into the darkness. "They're waiting on the path. They know where I am." The deception was instinctive, an attempt to deter pursuit by suggesting imminent intervention. In reality, my connection remained exclusively with my parents, who continued advancing toward our rendezvous point. I desperately wanted to call out directly to my father, to beg for immediate rescue, but strategic thinking prevailed through the panic. Revealing my exact position and vulnerability might accelerate whatever intentions the pursuer harbored. Instead, I maintained forward momentum while periodically glancing backward, expecting to see the figure directly behind me with each turn. My physical condition deteriorated rapidly. Oxygen deprivation created lightheadedness that threatened consciousness. My throat burned from continued screaming and gasping. Muscles approached complete failure after sustained maximum exertion. Even terror has physiological limitations. The body cannot maintain emergency response indefinitely without consequence. I became vaguely aware that my backpack was no longer present, apparently lost during the frantic flight without conscious recognition of its absence. My phone remained clutched in a death grip, the connection to potential salvation too precious to relinquish despite the encumbrance to efficient movement. Time perception distorted completely. What objectively lasted perhaps 15 minutes expanded subjectively into an eternal nightmare of perpetual flight without progress. The forest seemed determined to prevent escape, presenting endless, identical landscapes regardless of distance covered. My awareness narrowed to fundamental survival priorities: maintain direction, maximize speed, preserve consciousness. Then sudden auditory salvation pierced the darkness, my father's voice calling my name with unmistakable urgency. The sound originated ahead and slightly left of my current trajectory, providing crucial navigational correction. I altered course immediately, abandoning any remaining caution in favor of direct approach to the voice's source. "Dad!" I screamed, my voice barely functional after sustained abuse. "I'm here! He's behind me!" The admission of pursuit escaped without strategic consideration, raw truth emerging from overwhelming fear. My father continued calling, the changing intonation confirming visual contact had been established. His voice contained the distinctive quality of someone observing distress while closing distance to intervene. When we finally connected physically, I collapsed against him with complete abandonment of remaining strength. My legs buckled instantly. Functioning ceased the moment safety appeared attainable. "The bell," I gasped between desperate breathing attempts. "Did you hear it? There's someone following me." My father confirmed auditory detection of the bell both directly and through my mother's phone connection during my flight. This validation provided crucial psychological reinforcement. The experience wasn't hallucination or panic-induced misperception, but objectively verifiable threat. Supporting most of my weight, my father expedited our movement toward the waiting vehicle where my mother maintained engine running and doors unlocked in preparation for immediate departure. The final distance to establish path and subsequent vehicle transfer remains absent from memory, a period lost to trauma-induced dissociation. Our departure from the area occurred with maximum urgency. My mother navigated the rural roads with uncharacteristic speed while my father maintained vigilant observation through rear windows for pursuit. During this journey, I provided fragmented description of the encountered figure between continuing attempts to normalize respiratory function. Upon reaching home, security protocols were implemented. Doors locked, authorities contacted, neighbors alerted to potential forest presence. The police response remained frustratingly standardized, despite the evident terror we displayed. Without specific threat, assault, or identified individual, their capacity for intervention remained limited. They promised increased patrols and took detailed statements, but operational reality constrained meaningful action. In subsequent days, conservation officers and local police conducted limited forest exploration, focused around our described locations. Nothing conclusive emerged beyond confirmation that something unusual had occurred. Disturbed vegetation consistent with frantic movement, a recovered backpack containing my abandoned belongings, and most significantly, remnants of crude twine and animal tissue at the location where I'd described the suspended badger carcass. I never returned to that forest. The experience permanently altered my relationship with natural environments, transforming previously comforting isolation into potential vulnerability. Nightmares persisted for months afterward, featuring variations of pursuit through endless trees while bell sounds provided countdown to inevitable capture. To this day, I cannot definitively explain what occurred during those summer forest visits. The most rational explanation suggests a disturbed individual establishing territory and responding to perceived intrusion. Alternative theories proposed by investigators included illegal hunting operations, protecting discovery, territorial transience, or even elaborate harassment from unknown individuals with undetermined motivation. Whatever the explanation, the primal fear experienced during those moments permanently altered my perception of safety in familiar environments. The watcher in the woods remains unidentified, their purpose unknown, their current location uncertain. Only one conclusion emerges with absolute certainty. The most terrifying threat is not supernatural predation, but calculated human malevolence operating beyond society's protective boundaries. Living in Oak Ridge Heights hasn't been particularly remarkable for a 17-year-old like me. The suburban monotony would have been unbearable if not for my private sanctuary, a small, forgotten patch of woods sandwiched between our neighborhood and the highway bypass. Most people avoid it, thinking it's too small to be worth exploring or too close to the road to be peaceful. Their oversight has become my privilege. Every day after school, I follow the same ritual. I slip out our back door, cut through Mrs. Wilson's neglected garden. She's too elderly to maintain it anymore and doesn't mind my shortcut. And within 5 minutes, I'm at the entrance to my wooded haven. It's nothing spectacular, maybe 15 acres at most, but the trees grow dense enough to muffle the distant traffic and create the illusion of wilderness. I'm what you might call a practiced loner. Making friends has never come easily to me, and high school hasn't improved matters. The woods became my confidant, the place where I shed the forced smiles and awkward silences that define my school days. I've mapped every trail, memorized the location of every distinctive tree, and claimed a particular fallen log as my thinking spot. April 16th started like any other Tuesday. The sky hung overcast, threatening rain but withholding it, casting the world in a flat gray light. School had been particularly draining. 2 surprise quizzes, a mandatory pep rally for a sport I couldn't care less about, and lunch spent avoiding the tables of chattering classmates who never seemed to notice my absence. By 3 o'clock, I felt the familiar itch beneath my skin, the need to escape into solitude. I rushed home, changed into my usual outfit, worn jeans, a navy hoodie, and mud-caked hiking boots that had seen better days, and grabbed my backpack with the essentials: water bottle, sketchbook, and a granola bar. Back by dinner, I called out to my mother, who barely looked up from her laptop where she was finishing work projects. She raised a hand in acknowledgement, used to my afternoon disappearances. The damp air carried the scent of approaching rain as I navigated the entrance path, fallen leaves compacted from years of my solitary footsteps. I pushed my earbuds in, scrolling through my phone until finding a true crime podcast, background noise to accompany my thoughts. The familiar embrace of the woods welcomed me, branches creating a canopy overhead that darkened the already gloomy afternoon. Something about the quality of light that day made the shadows deeper, the silence between podcast segments more pronounced. But I dismissed the sensation, chalking it up to the weather and my already sour mood. I couldn't have known that this ordinary Tuesday would become the dividing line in my life, the before and after. That the woods I thought I knew would reveal something that would haunt my every waking moment and turn my dreams into nightmares that left me gasping in the dark. The first raindrops began to fall, pattering against the leaves above me as I ventured deeper into the trees, following a path I could have walked blindfolded. About 20 minutes into my walk, I decided to deviate from my usual route. A recent rainstorm had toppled a large oak, creating a new clearing I hadn't fully explored. The podcast in my ears had shifted to an advertisement break, so I lowered the volume and focused on navigating the uneven ground, stepping carefully over exposed roots and fallen branches. The new clearing had transformed since my last visit. Spring had brought a carpet of tiny white wildflowers and an explosion of mushrooms thriving in the damp conditions. I knelt to examine a particularly interesting cluster of fungi, their caps a vibrant orange against the dark soil. My biology teacher might appreciate a photo for extra credit. Rising to my feet, I decided to circle the entire fallen tree before heading to my usual spot. That's when my foot connected with something that immediately registered as wrong. The texture beneath my boot wasn't the springy forest floor or the crunch of dead leaves. Instead, it yielded in a way that sent immediate signals of alarm through my nervous system. The sensation was unmistakably like stepping on flesh. I yanked my foot back instinctively, stumbling backward and nearly falling. My heart hammered against my ribcage as I tore my earbuds out, suddenly needing all my senses alert. The forest sounds rushed in, birds, distant traffic, the soft patter of increasing rain. But they seemed distant compared to the blood pulsing in my ears. Swallowing hard, I forced myself to look down at what I'd stepped on. My mind struggled to process what my eyes were seeing. There, partially obscured by fallen leaves and perfectly integrated with the surrounding soil, was a human face. Not a mask. Not a doll. A face, with detailed features emerging from the earth itself as if someone had been buried vertically, with only their face pressing against the surface. The craftsmanship was impossible. Every detail was rendered with photographic precision. Pores, the slight asymmetry of natural features, even fine wrinkles around the closed eyes. The coloration matched the surrounding dirt perfectly, yet the textures shifted subtly across the features. Smoother across the forehead, slightly rougher along the jawline. My footprint had left an impression on what appeared to be the cheek. But instead of staying compressed like soil should, the imprint was already reforming, the surface slowly returning to its original shape like flesh bouncing back after pressure. I crouched down, my curiosity momentarily overriding my fear. The face appeared to belong to a middle-aged man, his expression serene, almost as if sleeping. No signs of distress marked his features, just peaceful repose. "Hello?" I whispered, feeling immediately foolish. It wasn't a person. It couldn't be. Yet it was so lifelike that addressing it seemed natural. Against every instinct screaming at me to run, I reached out one trembling finger and touched the forehead. It was warm. Not sun-warmed soil warm, but body temperature warm. And the texture, God, the texture was unmistakably skin, slightly moist with the subtle elasticity of living tissue. When the eyelids flickered, time seemed to stop. A minute movement, just the faintest tremor beneath the soil-colored lids, but unmistakable. And then, horrifyingly, the lips parted slightly, releasing a soft exhalation of air that stirred the nearby leaves. Terror exploded through me. A scream tore from my throat, echoing through the trees and scattering nearby birds from their perches. I scrambled backward, my hands and feet slipping on wet leaves as I struggled to put distance between myself and the impossible face. Once upright, I ran. Branches whipped against my face, roots threatened to trip me, but I didn't slow down. My backpack bounced painfully against my spine, and my abandoned earbuds dangled from my pocket. The tinny sound of the podcast still playing, creating a surreal soundtrack to my flight. The upbeat voice discussing murder statistics felt like a twisted joke as I fled from something I couldn't begin to comprehend. I burst through our back door at 4:17 p.m. I remember checking my phone with shaking hands, trying to ground myself in something normal. The 17 minutes since my discovery felt like hours. My mother looked up from her laptop, alarm spreading across her face as she took in my appearance. I must have been a sight. Clothes muddied from my frantic escape, face scratched from branches, eyes wild with panic. What happened? She pushed back from the dining table, knocking over her coffee mug in her rush to reach me. Words failed me initially. How could I explain what I'd seen? What I'd touched? Eventually, I managed to stammer out fragments. The woods. There's a face. In the ground. I touched it. It moved. Slow down, she said, guiding me to a chair. Deep breaths. What face? In the dirt. A human face. Like someone buried vertically with just their face showing. But it's part of the ground somehow. The words sounded insane even as I spoke them. I stepped on it by accident, and it felt like skin, warm skin. My mother's expression shifted from concern to skepticism. You probably saw an animal partially buried, or maybe some trash someone dumped that looked human-shaped. No. I was adamant. The sensation of that warm flesh beneath my fingertip impossible to dismiss. I know what I saw, what I touched. It blinked, Mom. Its lips moved. She studied my face, clearly trying to decide how to handle what she perceived as either a delusion or an overactive imagination. Did you take any pictures? She finally asked. The question hit me like a slap. Of course. My phone had been in my pocket the entire time. Why hadn't I documented it? I panicked, I admitted. I just ran. Well, she said, her voice taking on that carefully measured tone adults use when humoring someone. Let's go look at it together tomorrow, in the daylight. If there's something strange out there, we should report it. I nodded, though the prospect of returning filled me with dread. We agreed to check after she finished work the next day. She insisted I shower and change, suggesting the physical routine would help calm my nerves. Later that evening, as we ate dinner in uncomfortable silence, I could feel her watching me, concerned. I picked at my food, appetite gone, my mind replaying the encounter in endless loops. That night, sleep came in fitful bursts. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw that face, sometimes still, sometimes with eyes wide open and staring directly at me. Around 3 a.m., I gave up and sat at my desk, sketching what I'd seen with obsessive detail. By dawn, my trash can overflowed with crumpled attempts, none capturing the uncanny realism of what I'd encountered. I skipped school the next day, claiming illness. My mother, still worried, didn't argue. She worked from home, checking on me periodically. I spent the hours researching online, searching for anything similar to what I'd experienced. Archaeological discoveries, art installations, optical illusions, nothing matched the visceral reality of what I'd found. By afternoon, I'd convinced myself that returning with my mother would validate my experience. The face would still be there, and an adult would witness it, making it real beyond my own perception. As the time approached to head into the woods, anxiety knotted my stomach. Part of me feared finding nothing, making me question my sanity. But a deeper fear lurked beneath, the dread of finding the face again, of watching my mother touch it and seeing the horror I felt reflected in her eyes. At 5:30 p.m., my mother and I stood at the edge of the woods. The rain had stopped, but the ground remained soggy, mud sucking at our boots. Mom had brought a small garden trowel and flashlight, though the daylight would last for at least another hour. "Lead the way," she said, her tone gentle but tinged with the same voice she used when checking for monsters under my bed when I was 6. The woods felt different, hostile somehow, as if resentful of my return with another person. Trees that had always seemed welcoming now loomed ominously, their branches reaching toward us like gnarled fingers. I navigated carefully, trying to recreate my path from the previous day. Everything looked both familiar and strangely altered, landmarks shifted or obscured by shadows. "It was near the fallen oak," I said, more to myself than to my mother. There was a patch of orange mushrooms nearby. After 15 minutes of increasingly frustrated searching, we found the clearing with the toppled tree. The orange mushrooms were there, just as I remembered. My heartbeat accelerated as I approached the area where the face should have been. Nothing, just ordinary forest floor. Leaves, twigs, patches of moss and loose soil. No face, no impression, no sign that anything unusual had ever been there. "This is the spot," I insisted, dropping to my knees and beginning to brush aside leaves frantically. "It was right here. I swear it was right here." My mother stood silent, watching my desperate search. Finally, she knelt beside me and put a hand on my shoulder. "The ground is very wet from the rain. Maybe whatever you saw got washed away or covered by runoff." I shook my head violently. "That's not possible. It was like integrated into the ground. Part of it." I looked up at her, pleading. "I'm not making this up." She handed me the trowel. "Let's dig a bit. Maybe there's something underneath." For the next 30 minutes, we excavated the area, first carefully, then with increasing desperation on my part. We found nothing but normal forest soil, roots, and the occasional earthworm. No evidence of anything unusual. Certainly nothing resembling human remains or an art installation. As daylight began to fade, my mother gently suggested we head home. "Sometimes our minds play tricks on us," she offered, "especially in places like forests where the lighting can be tricky and there are lots of organic shapes that can look like other things." I wanted to argue, to insist on the reality of what I'd experienced, but the evidence, or lack thereof, made my position increasingly untenable. Had I hallucinated the entire thing? Was I having some kind of breakdown? Reluctantly, I followed her home, glancing back repeatedly at the unremarkable patch of ground that had upended my sense of reality. That night, dinner was even more strained than the previous evening. My mother tried to lighten the mood, suggesting that stress from school was getting to me and offering to schedule an appointment with Dr. Rivera, our family physician. "I'm not sick," I insisted, "and I'm not crazy." "I never said you were," she replied. But her eyes told a different story, concern mixed with something else. Worry about my mental state. After dinner, I retreated to my room, avoiding the stack of sketches I'd made. Instead, I pulled out my laptop and fell into a research hole, reading about pareidolia, the tendency to see faces in random objects, and various stress-induced hallucinations. None of the explanations satisfied me. They couldn't account for the tactile sensation of warm flesh, the movement of features. Whatever I'd encountered had been real. The question was, what exactly was it, and why had it disappeared? I fell asleep, still searching for answers. My laptop opened beside me, screen illuminating my troubled face in the darkness. Days passed, melting into weeks. On the surface, I returned to normal routines, attending school, doing homework, maintaining the facade of ordinary teenage life. But internally, I remained fixated on what I'd experienced in the woods. I stopped taking my daily walks, both yearning for and dreading the forest. Instead, I channeled my obsession into research, staying late at the school library to access databases my home internet couldn't reach. I scoured archaeological journals for mentions of strange ground formations, studied geological phenomena that might explain what I'd seen, even delved into local history for stories of similar encounters. My grades began to suffer. Teachers emailed my mother about my declining participation and incomplete assignments. Friends, the few I had, stopped inviting me to weekend gatherings after I repeatedly declined, too consumed by my research to socialize. My mother watched me with increasing concern. I overheard her on the phone one night speaking in hushed tones to my aunt. "I'm worried about him. Ever since that day in the woods, he's different. Obsessed with this face he thinks he saw. Should I take him to someone? A therapist, maybe?" The suggestion that I needed psychological help rankled, but I understood her perspective. Without evidence, my experience sounded delusional. Sometimes, in moments of clarity, I questioned my own memory. Maybe it had been a vivid hallucination triggered by stress or exhaustion. But then the dreams began. They always started the same way. Me walking in the woods, following my familiar path. But instead of one face, the entire forest floor became a mosaic of faces, hundreds of them, all with eyes closed, all breathing in unison, the ground itself rising and falling like a sleeping giant's chest. In the dream, I would kneel to touch one, and all the eyes would open simultaneously, fixing me with the same penetrating stare. I started avoiding sleep, staying up until exhaustion claimed me, then waking drenched in sweat, the echo of those watching eyes lingering in my consciousness. By the third week, I had filled 2 notebooks with theories and questions. The most compelling involved a phenomenon called earth art, installations where artists create sculptures integrated with natural landscapes. But even this explanation fell short. No artist could create something with the organic warmth and movement I'd experienced. My mother's patience wore thin as my obsession deepened. One evening, after finding me asleep amid a scattered array of printouts about geological anomalies, she confronted me directly. "This has gone far enough," she said, gathering my research papers. "You need to let this go. Whatever you think you saw, face or not, it's consuming you." "I can't just forget it," I protested, reaching for my notes. "You can, and you will," she replied firmly. "I'm calling Dr. Rivera tomorrow, and I want you to talk to someone professional about this fixation." That night, I lay awake, staring at my ceiling, torn between anger at not being believed and fear that perhaps I truly was losing my grip on reality. What if there was nothing in those woods? What if my mind had manufactured the entire experience? But as dawn approached and exhaustion finally pulled me toward sleep, a new and terrifying thought surfaced. What if the face was real, but had deliberately disappeared when I brought my mother? What if it wanted only me to see it? And what if it was waiting for me to return alone? 37 days after my initial encounter, I forced myself to return to the woods. My mother, believing my obsession had finally subsided after 2 sessions with a therapist, during which I carefully avoided mentioning the face, instead discussing general school stress, had relaxed her vigilance. The forest welcomed me with familiar scents of decomposing leaves and damp earth. Spring had fully arrived, carpeting the ground with new growth and shifting the quality of light as it filtered through fresh green canopy. I deliberately avoided the fallen oak, instead taking a different path that looped around the western edge of the woods. My senses remained hyper-alert, scanning the ground for anything unusual, my body tense with anticipation and dread. Nothing seemed amiss until I reached a small stream that divided the property, little more than a trickle most times of year, swollen slightly from recent rains. As I prepared to step across using the familiar stone crossing, something in the water caught my attention. At first, I thought it was just ripples distorting my reflection. But as I stared more intently, the water seemed to organize itself into a pattern that unmistakably resembled human features: eyes, nose, mouth, formed by the way light played across the surface and the arrangement of pebbles beneath. "Coincidence," I whispered to myself. "Pareidolia." But even as I tried to rationalize it, the water face seemed to gain definition, becoming more distinct rather than dissolving under scrutiny. And like the earth face before it, this watery visage possessed an impossible level of detail. The subtle curve of lips, the precise shape of nostrils, even the suggestion of eyelashes where water rippled against the bank. My heart hammered as I crouched for a closer look. Unlike the previous face, this one's eyes were open, not staring at me but gazing skyward, the pupils formed by particularly dark pebbles beneath the surface. Fighting against every instinct urging retreat, I reached toward the water, wondering if this apparition would also possess impossible physical properties. The moment my fingertips broke the surface, the face dissolved, water ripples destroying the perfect arrangement. But something brushed against my hand. Not the expected cold current, but something soft and warm that seemed to recede from my touch. I yanked my hand back, water droplets flying. For several minutes, I stared at the stream, but the face didn't reform. Just ordinary water flowing over ordinary stones. Backing away from the stream, I surveyed my surroundings with new awareness. The woods suddenly seemed alive in a way that transcended normal forest vitality. The patterns of bark on nearby trees, the arrangement of branches against the sky, the distribution of moss across fallen logs, all seemed deliberately organized, containing half-formed suggestions of faces that appeared and disappeared depending on the angle of observation. I spent hours documenting everything in my notebook, sketching patterns, recording locations. A hypothesis began to form, not about buried bodies or art installations, but something far more disturbing. The forest itself was generating these faces, as if the entire ecosystem were somehow conscious and attempting communication through familiar human patterns. The sun began to set as I made my final notes. As darkness descended, the forest's threatening aura intensified. Shadows deepened between trees, and ordinary night sounds, the rustle of nocturnal animals, the distant hoot of owls, took on sinister overtones. Making my way back toward home, I passed the fallen oak. Despite my earlier avoidance, some compulsion drew me to check the spot where I'd originally found the face. The area remained unremarkable in the fading light, just soil and leaf litter. But as I turned to leave, the ground behind me released a soft exhalation, like a long-held breath finally released. I ran the rest of the way home. My therapist calls it a controlled exposure, returning to the source of trauma as a way of processing and moving beyond it. But there was nothing controlled about my decision to spend the night in the woods 53 days after my initial encounter. I told my mother I was staying at a friend's house to work on a school project. She seemed pleased by this sign of normalcy, this evidence that I was reconnecting with peers and focusing on academics again. The lie tasted bitter but necessary. I packed carefully: flashlight, extra batteries, water, protein bars, sleeping bag, first aid kit, and my phone, fully charged, camera function easily accessible. This time I would document everything. Twilight was fading into true darkness as I reached the woods. Setting up my small camp near, but not too near, the fallen oak, I prepared for a long night of observation. The forest seemed to acknowledge my presence with subtle shifts in its ambient sounds, birds falling silent, insects intensifying their chorus, branches creaking despite the absence of wind. Hours passed. I alternated between scanning my surroundings and documenting my observations in a new notebook. Occasionally, I thought I glimpsed movement at the periphery of my vision, shadows that moved independently, arrangements of leaves that momentarily formed recognizable patterns before dissolving back into random natural debris. Around midnight, exhaustion began to claim me despite my determination to remain alert. My notes became disjointed, thoughts trailing off mid-sentence as my eyelids grew heavy. I must have dozed because the sound that jolted me awake, a wet, disturbing noise like mud being slowly displaced, seemed to come from everywhere at once. Opening my eyes, I found myself in absolute darkness. My flashlight, which I'd left on, lay dark beside me. Fumbling with the switch produced nothing. Dead batteries? Impossible. They were brand new. My phone showed the same problem, fully charged when I'd last checked, now completely unresponsive. The noise continued, growing louder, a rhythmic squelching that reminded me horribly of a mouth opening and closing in thick mud. It seemed to surround my small camp, coming from all directions simultaneously. Rising to my knees, I strained to see anything in the heavy darkness. The moon provided minimal illumination through the canopy, just enough to distinguish the silhouettes of trees against the marginally lighter sky. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly small. "Is someone there?" The squelching sound stopped immediately. The ensuing silence was more terrifying than the noise had been, a listening silence, attentive and evaluating. Then the ground beneath my sleeping bag shifted. Not like an earthquake or natural settlement, more like something large turning over beneath the surface. My entire body tensed as I felt the earth rise slightly beneath me, forming subtle contours that pressed against my legs and back. I scrambled off my sleeping bag, heart threatening to burst from my chest. Using what little moonlight filtered through the leaves, I could see that the ground where I'd been lying was changing, the surface rippling and organizing itself into unmistakable patterns. Faces, dozens of them. Not just one isolated visage like before, but an entire section of forest floor transforming into a mosaic of human features. Men, women, various ages and expressions, all rendered in perfect detail despite being formed from nothing but soil and leaf litter. Their eyes remained closed, but their mouths moved in silent unison, opening and closing with those terrible wet sounds I'd heard earlier. Some turned their heads slightly, adjusting their positions as if seeking comfort beneath the surface. I stood frozen, unable to run, unable even to scream. My brain struggled to process what my eyes were witnessing, an impossibility made horrifyingly real. Then, as one, all the eyes opened. Dozens of gazes fixed on me, pupils contracting in the dim light just as human eyes would. Some blinked, others stared unwaveringly. All possessed the same unsettling awareness, the same terrible intelligence. One face, positioned directly where my sleeping bag had been, spoke. Not in words exactly, but its mouth formed shapes that somehow translated into meaning in my mind. The voice wasn't audible in the conventional sense. Rather, it resonated directly in my thoughts, bypassing my ears entirely. The sensation was invasive, intimate in a way that felt deeply violating. "What are you?" I managed to whisper. The faces shifted, some smiling slightly, others maintaining neutral expressions. The one that had spoken replied, "We are the foundation, the witness, the memory." "Human?" I asked, though I already knew the answer was both yes and no. "Once," came the reply. "Now part of something greater." Other faces began to speak, their thought voices overlapping in my mind, creating a dizzying chorus of communication. Images flashed through my consciousness. Centuries of forest history compressed into seconds, generations of humans who had walked these grounds, lives and deaths witnessed by the patient earth. I glimpsed terrible knowledge in those mental transmissions, hints of what happened to those who became one with this strange consciousness, the slow dissolution of individual identity as they merged with the greater awareness that permeated the soil. Most disturbing were the glimpses of how new faces joined this collective, not through death alone, but through a gradual claiming, a persistent invitation extended to those the forest deemed receptive. Those like me, who walked alone among the trees, who felt more connection to nature than to human society. "You called to us," one face said, its features remarkably similar to my own. "Your solitude, your longing." We answered. The ground around me continued to transform, more faces emerging, the circle closing. I realized with horror that they were creating a space for me, a me-shaped depression in the earth where I would fit perfectly. "Join us," they intoned in unison. "Become foundation, become witness, become memory." The earth beneath my feet softened, beginning to pull at my boots like quicksand. Panic exploded through me, breaking the paralysis that had gripped me during this impossible exchange. I ran, feet tearing free from the grasping soil with sickening suction sounds. Behind me, a chorus of disappointed sighs rose from dozens of earthen throats. Branches whipped my face as I fled blindly through darkness. The path invisible, direction meaningless, just away from those watching eyes and beckoning voices. Several times I fell, each contact with the ground bringing renewed terror that the soil would form around me, claim me. Somehow I found the edge of the woods. Moonlight revealed the welcome sight of houses beyond the tree line, safety, normality. Human spaces where earth stayed inanimate and soil didn't speak with borrowed faces. As I crossed that boundary, my phone suddenly chimed to life in my pocket. Battery miraculous, restored to full power. Notifications cascaded across the screen. Missed calls from my mother, messages asking where I was, why I wasn't answering. Looking back at the dark mass of trees, I saw nothing pursuing me, just an ordinary forest on an ordinary night. But I knew what waited within, patient and persistent. What would always be waiting. And I knew with sickening certainty that part of me wanted to return. 3 months have passed since that night. I've moved through summer in a daze, going through the motions of normal life while carrying the weight of what I know, what I've seen and heard and felt. My mother worries less now. The therapist has officially diagnosed me with an anxiety disorder with transient stress-induced perceptual abnormalities. The medication they prescribe doesn't change what I know to be true, but it dulls the constant fear enough that I can function, can pretend to be the person I was before. I haven't returned to the woods, not physically, but in dreams I walk beneath those trees nightly, discovering new faces in streams, tree bark, arrangements of fallen leaves. Sometimes I wake convinced that my bedroom floor is shifting beneath my bed, organizing itself into watching eyes and listening mouths. The compulsion to return grows stronger each day. An ache like homesickness, though what calls to me isn't home but its opposite, dissolution, surrendering my discrete self to become part of something vast and ancient. I've researched obsessively, searching for similar accounts throughout history. I've found fragments, myths of earth deities who claim humans, folklore about forests that consume travelers, modern disappearances in wooded areas that were never solved. The pattern seems clear now. Certain places develop a consciousness over time, an awareness that spreads through soil and root systems, that remembers and learns and eventually desires communion with the human minds that move through its domain. And once it notices you, once it recognizes your receptiveness, it never stops calling. I've taken to wearing headphones constantly, filling my ears with music or podcasts or audiobooks, anything to drown out the whispers that seem to emanate from houseplants, from the small patch of garden outside my window, from the very ground beneath the concrete foundations of our house. At night, I stuff towels along the bottom of my bedroom door to prevent soil from seeping in, a precaution my mother attributes to my contamination anxiety, but which I know is necessary. Twice, I've woken to find dirt on my bedroom carpet, arranged in patterns too deliberate to be accidental. Last week, I found a small face forming in my mother's garden, just the suggestion of features pressing up through the tomato bed, but unmistakable to my trained eye. I destroyed it with a garden trowel before she could see it, digging until my hands blistered and the soil showed no further signs of organization. It's following me, reaching for me, patient but persistent. Sometimes I wonder if resistance is merely postponing the inevitable. The faces in the woods spoke of witnesses and memory, of foundations and greater purpose. What if they weren't threatening me but offering transcendence? What if what waits in the soil isn't death but transformation? These thoughts terrify me most of all because they don't feel entirely like my own. They carry echoes of those thought voices that invaded my mind that night, subtle persuasion masquerading as insight. I've started recording everything, writing this account, documenting each new manifestation, creating a record that might survive whatever happens to me, because I'm increasingly certain that something will happen. The most recent development occurred yesterday. While brushing my teeth, I noticed something strange about my reflection. For just a moment, barely a second, my skin took on the texture and coloration of soil, my features resembling those earth faces from the woods. The impression vanished when I blinked, but the message was clear. The process has already begun. The forest has marked me, claimed me in some fundamental way that transcends physical proximity. Tonight I'll reinforce my windows and doors with salt lines, a superstition perhaps, but I'm beyond dismissing folklore as mere fantasy. I'll continue my medication, continue therapy, continue pretending that conventional treatment can address what ails me. But I know the truth, even if no one else will ever believe it. The earth is awake. It watches. It remembers. It waits. And somewhere in those woods, a space exactly my size and shape remains prepared, ready to receive me when my resistance finally breaks. A place where I will join countless others, becoming foundation, witness, memory. Another face in the earth, watching through the ages as new solitary walkers pass overhead, unaware of what stirs beneath their feet. Until one day, one of them steps exactly right, feels the giving warmth beneath their soul, and begins their own journey to understanding what waits beneath the surface of our world. I wonder if I'll still be me when that happens, or if I'll be part of the chorus that calls to them, invites them, welcomes them home. The first sign should have been the silence. Most people think forests are quiet, but they're actually full of sound. Birds calling, insects buzzing, leaves rustling. This forest was different. As I set up my tent at the edge of the Navajo Nation borderlands in northern Arizona, I noticed how the usual symphony of wilderness had dimmed to near nothing. Just the weather, I told myself, securing the last tent stake into the hard-packed earth. The camping spot I'd chosen was deep within the Coconino National Forest, about 12 miles from the nearest marked trail. I'd picked this location specifically for its isolation, to decompress after months of grinding at my job, to practice my survival skills, and to photograph some of the most untouched wilderness in the Southwest. My backpack contained everything I needed for my 5-day solo adventure: lightweight tent, sleeping bag, portable stove, water filter, first aid supplies, camera equipment, and enough dehydrated meals to last the week. I'd prepared meticulously, studied maps, left my itinerary with friends, and carried a satellite phone for emergencies. I was experienced. This was my 14th solo trip in 3 years. The sun was beginning its descent behind the pine-covered ridges when I finished setting up camp and gathered wood for a small fire. As dusk settled, I noticed strange markings on some of the trees surrounding my campsite. They looked like claw marks, but unnaturally high up, 7 or 8 feet from the ground. Too high for a bear. Mountain lion, maybe? I snapped a few photos for reference. The local ranger had warned me about this area when I'd registered my backcountry permit. "The locals don't go there," he'd said, avoiding eye contact. "Some Navajo folks say the border between forests is porous, not just for animals." I'd laughed it off. Years of outdoor experience had taught me that local superstitions were often exaggerated warnings about real wildlife dangers. Night fell quickly. Stars appeared in breathtaking clarity, undimmed by light pollution. I extinguished my fire early, packed all food items into my bear canister, and retreated to my tent. The temperature dropped rapidly. Inside my sleeping bag, I reviewed tomorrow's planned hike on my topographic map, a challenging route to a hidden canyon that few hikers ever visited. I must have fallen asleep because I woke suddenly around 2 a.m. Something had changed in the ambient sounds. I strained to listen. Footsteps? No. Something else. A rhythmic sound, almost like breathing, but deeper, closer to the ground, moving. My headlamp revealed nothing through the tent walls. The sound stopped immediately when I switched it on. I unzipped the tent slowly and peered out. The moonlight cast long shadows across my campsite. Nothing moved. I scanned the tree line methodically, my breath forming clouds in the cold night air. That's when I noticed the bear canister. I'd secured it properly against a tree about 50 yards from my tent. Now it was in the center of the clearing, lid removed, contents untouched. A warning tingle crawled up my neck. Bears don't open canisters without damaging them or taking the food. They don't return them to the middle of campsites. Someone, or something, was sending a message. I retreated inside, zipping the tent with trembling fingers. My satellite phone showed no signal, which was impossible given its technology. I'd tested it hours earlier. Sleep became impossible as I listened to the increasing sounds outside, cracking twigs, rustling leaves, and occasionally what sounded like low whispering in a language I couldn't identify. By dawn, exhaustion had overtaken fear, and I'd fallen into fragmented sleep. When I finally emerged from my tent, the morning seemed mockingly normal. Birds chirped, sunlight filtered through trees. But 3 things had changed. First, my hiking boots, left outside the tent vestibule, were placed neatly side by side, reversed, left where right should be, right where left should be. Second, a circle of stones surrounded my tent, each stone placed precisely equidistant from the next, a formation impossible to create accidentally. Third, and most disturbing, a trail of deer tracks led directly to my tent, then abruptly switched to what looked like human footprints before returning to deer tracks again. Something was stalking me, and it wanted me to know. I considered packing up immediately, but rationality fought against primal fear. The nearest trailhead was a full day's hike away. Starting now would mean traveling through unfamiliar terrain and growing darkness by evening. Better to remain until morning, I reasoned, and depart at first light. I photographed everything, the stone circle, the footprints, the oddly placed boots, before dismantling the campsite to move to a new location about a mile away. As I hiked to the new spot, carrying all my gear, I couldn't shake the sensation of being observed. Every few minutes, I'd stop, pretending to check my map while actually scanning the forest around me. Several times I caught glimpses of movement just at the edge of my peripheral vision, always gone when I turned to look directly. My new campsite was on higher ground with better visibility, a small clearing on a ridge overlooking a valley of ponderosa pines. I set up quickly, focusing on defensive positioning. Throughout the afternoon, I meticulously gathered information about my surroundings, taking compass readings, noting landmarks, creating escape routes. The methodical work helped keep panic at bay. Around sunset, I heard the first scream. It started as something approximating a woman's voice, high and desperate, coming from the valley below. My immediate instinct was to help. Someone could be hurt. But something felt wrong about the sound. It was almost performative, too consistent in its pitch and duration. Real screams of distress have variation, desperation. This sounded like an imitation. I stayed put, heart pounding. The screams continued for 3 minutes exactly, then stopped abruptly mid-cry. 30 seconds later, they resumed from a completely different direction, this time sounding more like a child. It's a mountain lion, I told myself firmly. They can sound like human screams. But mountain lions don't change positions that quickly or precisely. They don't time their calls with such unnatural regularity. Night fell completely. I didn't light a fire, not wanting to broadcast my location. Instead, I sat in my tent with my knife within reach and my headlamp off, listening intently. For hours, nothing happened beyond the normal sounds of wilderness at night. I began wondering if stress and isolation were affecting my judgment. At precisely midnight, according to my watch, the screaming began again. This time it circled my position, changing tone and timbre but maintaining the same unnatural quality. Human, but not quite. Calculated to unsettle. The locals had stories about this. The ranger hadn't elaborated, but during my research, I'd found forum posts from hikers claiming to have encountered something in these woods called a skinwalker. According to Navajo legend, skinwalkers were witches who could transform into animals. Modern accounts described them as creatures that mimicked human voices to lure victims, or took the form of animals behaving in distinctly unnatural ways. I'd dismiss these stories as campfire tales. Now, alone in the dark with those circling screams, my skepticism wavered. The screaming stopped abruptly, then came scratching against my tent fabric, light at first, then more insistent. I froze, not even breathing. The scratching continued, moving methodically around the tent's perimeter. When it reached the door, it stopped. Something pressed against the fabric, creating a bulge in the tent wall, not the shape of a human hand or an animal paw, but something in between. "I know you're a person," I said loudly, trying to keep my voice steady. "This isn't funny. I'm armed and I've notified the rangers of my location." Both lies. My knife would do little against a determined attacker, and the rangers had only a vague idea of my whereabouts. No response came, but the pressure against the tent disappeared. For several minutes, complete silence fell. Then a voice spoke, so close to the tent it could have been inside. "Not person," it said in a raspy whisper that sounded like someone unused to forming words. "Not animal. I am between." My body went rigid with fear. The voice was clearly human. Someone trying to terrify me by playing into local legends, but knowing this didn't diminish my terror. "Leave me alone," I managed to say. "Cannot," the voice replied. "You're in my territory now. I have marked you." The memory of the reversed boots, the stone circle, flashed in my mind. During my research, I'd read that skinwalkers supposedly marked their victims before hunting them. "What do you want?" I asked. No answer came. Instead, I heard retreating footsteps, bipedal at first, then shifting to what sounded like an animal's gait. The forest fell silent again. I didn't sleep. I sat awake all night with my back against a tree and my knife in hand, watching the surrounding woods. Twice more I heard circling footsteps. Once I saw a deer at the edge of the clearing, standing unnaturally still, staring directly at me with eyes that reflected my headlamp beam in an unnatural red glow. By dawn, I'd made my decision. I would leave immediately, regardless of the challenging day hike ahead. Whatever was happening, whether elaborate hoax, dangerous predator, or something my rational mind couldn't accept, I needed to get away from this place. As first light brightened the eastern sky, I packed quickly. That's when I discovered that during the night someone had removed my compass from my pack and smashed it. The satellite phone still showed no signal, and a new discovery turned my blood to ice. My topographic map had been altered. Someone had drawn over it, marking paths that didn't exist on the original, with a crude symbol repeated at various locations. The symbol matched the strange marks I'd seen carved into trees around my original campsite. Logic became my lifeline. Whatever or whoever was terrorizing me clearly wanted me to panic, to run blindly through unfamiliar terrain. That's when accidents happen in the wilderness. That's when you become truly vulnerable. I forced myself to think methodically. Without my compass, I'd need to navigate by the sun. Without my map, I'd need to rely on landmarks I remembered. Most importantly, I needed to reach higher ground to possibly get satellite phone reception. The rising sun indicated east. The main trail that would lead back to civilization lay roughly northeast of my position. I shouldered my pack and began hiking uphill, away from the direction of the disturbing events of the night before. As I climbed, the forest grew thinner, offering better visibility. 2 hours into my hike, I reached a rocky outcropping that provided a vantage point across miles of wilderness. I tried the satellite phone again. Still nothing. Either it was damaged or something was actively blocking the signal, a thought I didn't want to dwell on. From my elevated position, I spotted a fire tower in the distance, maybe 5 miles away. An active tower would have radio communications and Forest Service personnel. It became my new destination. The day grew uncommonly hot for the season. My water supply, meant to last 5 days, would need careful rationing now that I was exerting myself more than planned. Every few hundred yards, I stopped to listen and observe. Several times, I found those same strange markings carved freshly into trees along my path, impossible to miss, as if my stalker wanted me to know they were still tracking me. Around midday, I discovered footprints on the trail ahead, barefoot human prints that suddenly transformed mid-stride into what appeared to be deer tracks. The obvious staging of this display suggested psychological warfare rather than supernatural ability. Someone was going to extraordinary lengths to terrify me, using the Skinwalker legend as a template. But why? And who would know these remote woods well enough to track and anticipate my movements? By late afternoon, I'd covered about 3 miles toward the fire tower. Progress was slow due to my constant vigilance and the need to detour around areas where I felt particularly exposed. The sun would set in approximately 2 hours. I needed shelter before darkness fell. I found a defensible position beneath an overhanging rock face. Not ideal, but better than being completely exposed. As I set up a minimal camp, I discovered another disturbing development. Some of my food had been removed from my pack and replaced with small bundles of twigs bound with what looked like human hair. My remaining food would last 2 days at most. The water situation was becoming critical too. My filter had mysteriously disappeared, meaning I couldn't safely replenish from streams. As sunset approached, I heard it again, that unnatural screaming, now from multiple directions simultaneously. Impossible for a single person or animal to create such an effect. My stalker had accomplices, or audio equipment. Either way, they were closing in. I made a desperate decision. Traveling at night was dangerous, but staying put might be worse. Using the last light of day, I gathered what I needed for overnight travel and left the heavier items behind. With my pack significantly lighter, I could move faster. As darkness fell completely, I began moving toward the fire tower, navigating by starlight. The screaming continued behind me, sometimes seeming to draw closer, sometimes fading. I maintained a steady pace, refusing to run and risk injury. 3 hours into my night journey, I heard something large moving parallel to my path, just out of sight in the trees. It matched my pace exactly. When I stopped, it stopped. When I moved, it moved. I caught glimpses of a tall, thin silhouette occasionally illuminated by moonlight, unnaturally tall, with movements that seemed disjointed. "I know you're human," I called out, summoning courage I didn't feel. "The Rangers are searching for me. They know where I am." A low laugh responded. The first genuinely human sound I'd heard from my stalker. Then words, spoken in that same raspy voice. They never find people I take. 6 hikers gone in these woods. Rangers found nothing. My mind raced. There had been disappearances in these forests over the years, hikers who ventured off trail and were never seen again. Authorities blamed exposure, accidents, disorientation. But what if something else, someone else was responsible? What do you want? I demanded. To hunt, came the simple reply. To frighten, to watch you run. The voice came from directly behind me now. I spun around, headlamp illuminating the trail, and found myself face to face with my stalker. The figure stood about 7 feet tall, wearing an elaborate costume made from animal hides and bones. The face was obscured by what appeared to be a deer skull, modified with additional antlers and decorated with symbols, matching those I'd seen carved into trees. Behind the eye sockets of the skull, human eyes watched me with predatory intensity. I ran. Pure survival instinct took over. I sprinted through the forest, abandoning the trail, ducking under branches and leaping over obstacles. Behind me, I heard pursuit, not the frantic crashing of someone running, but a measured, almost casual pace. My stalker knew these woods intimately, knew I had nowhere to go. After 10 minutes of desperate flight, a stitch in my side forced me to slow. I'd lost my headlamp during the run and had only moonlight to navigate by. Stopping to listen, I heard nothing. Had I lost my pursuer? Then came a sound that froze me in place. A low, rhythmic clicking noise, unlike anything I'd ever heard. It seemed to come from everywhere at once. I pressed on, moving as quietly as possible, constantly changing direction. The forest blurred around me. Hours passed in a terrifying game of cat and mouse. Sometimes the clicking would fade, only to resurface closer than before. Twice more I caught glimpses of the costume figure, always watching, always following, but never rushing to catch me. As dawn approached, a miraculous sight appeared through the trees. The fire tower, much closer than I'd estimated. In my panicked flight, I'd actually moved toward my destination rather than away from it. With renewed determination, I broke from the tree line and sprinted across the clearing toward the tower. The clicking sound intensified behind me, accompanied by an inhuman howl of rage. For the first time, my pursuer seemed genuinely alarmed that prey might escape. I reached the tower stairs and took them 2 at a time, my legs burning with exertion. At the top, I found the observation room locked. I pounded on the door, screaming for help. After what seemed like an eternity, the door opened to reveal a startled Forest Service ranger. "Jesus," he said, pulling me inside and locking the door behind me. "What happened to you?" I collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath. Through the window, I could see the edge of the forest where I'd emerged. A figure stood there, still wearing that grotesque deer skull headdress. As we watched, it retreated slowly into the trees. "That's him," I pointed, "the one who's been stalking me." The ranger grabbed binoculars. "I don't see anyone now," he said, scanning the tree line. Then, more soberly, "But you're not the first to come here with stories like this." In the safety of the tower, I learned the truth. Local authorities had documented at least 9 disappearances in these woods over the past decade. Several hikers who'd escaped reported encounters with what they described as a skinwalker. The reality, as the ranger explained, was possibly more disturbing. They believed a former wilderness guide had gone rogue years ago, living off the grid and developing an elaborate method of terrorizing hikers using the skinwalker legend as cover. The costume, the markings, the manipulated animal sounds, it's all designed to create maximum psychological terror, the ranger explained as we waited for emergency response to arrive. He knows these woods better than anyone, knows exactly how to make people panic and make fatal mistakes. But why, I asked. Some people hunt for food, some hunt for sport. The ranger looked out at the vast, silent forest. And some hunt just to experience the power of another person's fear. 3 days later, a search party found my abandoned campsite. My equipment had been arranged in a bizarre tableau, tent shredded and hung from trees, sleeping bag stuffed with forest debris and positioned to look like a human form. The strange symbols had been carved into every surrounding tree. Of my stalker, they found no trace. The forest had reclaimed him, at least for now. But sometimes at night I still hear that rhythmic clicking sound in my dreams, and I know that somewhere in those remote woods he continues to hunt, using humanity's oldest fears against us. Not because he's supernatural, but because he understands that believing in monsters makes us vulnerable in ways that simply facing another human never could. The letter arrived on a Tuesday, the kind of day where nothing extraordinary is meant to happen. I stared at the return address, a law firm I'd never heard of from a small town in Montana that might as well have been on another planet. Inside was news that changed everything. I'd inherited property from a great-uncle I barely remembered. Uncle Calvin had been the family eccentric, disappearing into the wilderness decades ago with little contact since. Now he was dead, and somehow I owned 40 acres of remote forest land nestled in the mountains, complete with a cabin and access to something called Wanagi Lake. "It's probably nothing but a rotting shack," my friend Liv said over coffee later that week. "These mountain hermits live in squalor. You'll likely just sell it." But something about the inheritance pulled at me. My life had become a series of predictable days, each blending seamlessly into the next. The monotony of my job, the staleness of my relationships, everything felt worn thin. Maybe this unexpected gift was exactly what I needed. "I think I'm going to check it out first," I told her. "Take some time off, see what's there." Liv raised an eyebrow. "Alone? In the middle of nowhere?" "It's the 21st century. I'll have my phone, my car. Besides, it's only for a week or two." The drive took nearly 14 hours, the last two on roads that became progressively narrower and more neglected. The GPS signal vanished entirely as I followed the printed directions from the lawyer. When I finally turned onto the unmarked dirt road that supposedly led to my property, the sun was already dipping behind the mountains, casting long, distorted shadows through the trees. The cabin appeared suddenly around a bend, a solid structure of weathered logs with a stone chimney and a small covered porch. It was far more substantial than I had expected. Not some ramshackle hovel, but a proper dwelling, built to withstand the elements. The surrounding forest pressed close, tall pines and firs creating a natural enclosure that felt both protective and somehow watchful. I parked and stepped out, listening to the profound silence broken only by birdsong and the whisper of wind through branches. The air smelled of pine and earth and something else. Water. Following a narrow trail behind the cabin, I emerged at the shore of Wanagi Lake. The water stretched before me perfectly still, reflecting the mountains and darkening sky like a mirror. According to the papers, the Blackfeet name Wanagi meant spirit or ghost, and standing there as twilight descended, I could understand why. There was something otherworldly about the perfect stillness, the absolute isolation. Returning to the cabin, I used the old iron key the lawyer had provided. The door opened with a low creak. Inside, it was surprisingly clean and orderly. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, with a worn but comfortable-looking sofa facing it. A basic kitchen occupied one corner, and a door led to what I assumed was a bedroom. Uncle Calvin might have been eccentric, but he wasn't messy. As I explored further, something struck me as odd. While there was a thick layer of dust over everything, it seemed too organized, as if someone had been here recently, straightening things. On the kitchen table sat a leather-bound journal, positioned precisely in the center. I opened it to find my uncle's handwriting, the last entry dated just 3 weeks ago, nearly a week after his supposed death. I hear it again tonight. Closer this time. The others say it isn't real, that it's just my mind playing tricks. But I know what I've seen in the shadows between the trees. I know what watches me from the far shore. I should leave this place, but I can't abandon my work, not when I'm so close to understanding. A chill ran through me as I closed the journal. What had Uncle Calvin been talking about? Who were the others he mentioned? According to the lawyer, he'd lived alone for decades. I continued my inspection of the cabin, finding a door in the hallway that opened to reveal a steep staircase leading to a basement. With no light switch visible, I used my phone's flashlight to illuminate the steps as I descended cautiously. The basement was surprisingly large, extending beyond what I would have guessed was the cabin's footprint. One side was set up as a workspace with a large table covered in maps, notebooks, and strange artifacts, pieces of what looked like bone and fur, plaster casts of enormous footprints. The back wall was covered entirely in photographs, news clippings, and handwritten notes, all connected by red string in a complex web that made no immediate sense. In the center of it all was a large map of the surrounding area, with Wanagi Lake at its heart. Red circles marked locations around the lake's perimeter, with dates and cryptic notes beside each. The most recent was just a month ago, with a single word beside it: confirmed. As I leaned closer to examine the markings, a powerful gust of wind shook the cabin above. The basement door slammed shut with a bang that made me jump, plunging the space into darkness save for my phone's beam. Something scraped against the cabin's exterior wall. Something large. From somewhere in the distance came a sound that stopped my breath. Not quite a howl, not quite a scream, but something in between that echoed across the lake and through the trees. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard from any animal I knew. My phone light caught one final detail before I rushed back upstairs, a large, blurry photograph pinned to the center of my uncle's research wall. It showed a massive, dark figure standing at the edge of the lake, half concealed by trees, but unmistakably bipedal and impossibly large. Underneath, my uncle had written a single word: Watcher. Morning brought clarity and a sense of foolishness over my night fears. The wind in these mountains could play tricks, creating sounds that seemed almost human in their resonance. And my uncle's research wall? Probably the harmless obsession of an old man with too much time on his hands. It wouldn't be the first time someone had convinced themselves they'd found evidence of creatures in the wilderness. With daylight streaming through the windows, I made a proper exploration of the cabin. The bedroom contained a comfortable-looking bed with a handmade quilt, a dresser, and a small bookshelf filled with texts on local history, wildlife, and more esoteric subjects, cryptozoology, folklore, and several volumes on indigenous legends of the region. The bathroom was simple but functional, with a clawfoot tub that looked inviting after my long drive. What most caught my attention was a small study off the main room, lined with more bookshelves and containing a desk positioned to look out through a window toward the lake. Here, more of my uncle's research was evident, notebooks filled with observations of the surrounding wilderness, sketches of tracks and markings he'd found, and detailed accounts of what he called encounters. On the desk sat a more recent journal than the one I'd found last night, and this one was filled with increasingly urgent entries. April 3rd. Found another structure today, North Shore. Like the others, branches woven together, nearly 8 feet tall. Too deliberate to be natural, too complex to be hikers. Took samples of the hair caught in the bark. April 10th. Heard calls from across the lake again last night. 3 distinct vocalizations, different locations. They're communicating. April 15th. Footprints outside the cabin this morning. Largest I've measured yet, 17 inches. Whatever it is, it stood at my window for some time. I should be frightened, but I'm fascinated. It's studying me as much as I'm studying it. The final entry was from just days before his death. April 28th. I've finally understood what they want. The old mine contains what they're protecting. Tomorrow I'll attempt contact at the designated site. If I'm right about the artifacts, everything changes. I set the journal down, feeling uneasy. What mine was he talking about? And what kind of contact had he been planning? The lawyer had mentioned nothing about a mine on the property, but clearly it had been significant to my uncle. I decided to explore the land, hoping to find answers, and perhaps determine exactly what had happened to him. According to official reports, he'd died of natural causes, found in his bed by a forest ranger who checked on him periodically. But the journal entries suggested he'd been in the midst of something he considered momentous. Gathering some supplies, water, a small first aid kit, and a hunting knife I'd found in a kitchen drawer, I set out to explore the property. The day was clear but cool, perfect for hiking. Following a faint trail that led around the lake's perimeter, I kept my eyes open for anything unusual. About a mile from the cabin, I found the first structure that matched my uncle's description. It was tall and conical, made of branches and limbs woven together with surprising intricacy. Too deliberate to be random, too complex to be the work of typical hikers. I circled it cautiously, noting how some of the branches seemed to have been broken at specific points rather than cut, requiring considerable strength. As I continued around the lake, I found two more similar structures, each positioned where they weren't easily visible from the water, but provided a clear view of the surrounding forest. Almost like blinds for observing without being observed. By mid-afternoon, I'd covered about half of the lake's circumference when I noticed a path leading away from the water, up into the more densely forested hillside. It wasn't a human trail, no markings, no cleared width, but rather a game trail that showed signs of regular use by something large. Following it cautiously, I came upon a clearing where the trees opened up enough to reveal a hillside with an unmistakable dark opening. The entrance to what must have been the mine my uncle mentioned. The area around it showed signs of recent activity. Branches had been cleared away and there were obvious footprints in the soft earth. Some human, likely my uncle's, and others not human at all. Enormous, with 5 distinct toe impressions, they matched the plaster casts I'd seen in the basement. The mine entrance was partially collapsed, with old rotting timbers barely supporting what remained of the structure. A weathered sign hung crooked. Broken Promise Mine, no entry, danger. Despite the warning, it was clear someone had been inside recently. A modern padlock secured a makeshift gate across the entrance, and fresh scratches around the lock showed it had been used. I hesitated, staring at the dark opening. Whatever my uncle had been researching, whatever he thought was worth contacting something that left 17-inch footprints, it was connected to this mine. But without proper equipment, lights, protective gear, entering would be foolish. As I turned to leave, something caught my eye. A flash of color that didn't belong among the browns and greens of the forest floor. Kneeling, I discovered a torn piece of fabric caught on a jagged rock. It matched the shirt my uncle had been wearing in a recent photo the lawyer had shown me. More disturbing was what lay next to it, a key with a small plastic tag labeled Mine Gate. Uncle Calvin had been here, likely on that final day mentioned in his journal. Had he entered the mine? Had he found what he was looking for? A sudden crack of breaking wood froze me in place. It had come from deeper in the forest, beyond the mine entrance. Something large was moving through the trees, breaking branches that would have required significant force to snap. I remained perfectly still, barely breathing as the sounds continued, moving parallel to my position, never approaching but never retreating either. Whatever made them seem to be pacing, watching, assessing. Then came a smell, musky, wild, unlike anything I'd encountered before. It grew stronger as the unseen presence drew closer to the edge of my vision, without ever revealing itself. The standoff lasted perhaps 2 minutes, though it felt like hours. Then, with one final loud snap of timber, the presence retreated, crashing away through the underbrush with surprising speed for something so large. I waited until all was quiet before finally exhaling. My hands were shaking as I pocketed the key and the scrap of my uncle's shirt. The sun was already beginning its descent behind the mountains. I needed to get back to the cabin before dark. As I hurried down the trail, I couldn't shake the certainty that I was being followed, not directly but paralleled, tracked from just inside the tree line. Occasionally I caught glimpses of movement, always just at the edge of my peripheral vision, always gone when I turned to look directly. When the cabin finally came into view, I nearly cried with relief. I rushed inside, locked the door, and grabbed my phone. No service, as expected. I was completely alone, with night falling and something outside that had taken an interest in me. From the window, I watched the edge of the forest as shadows lengthened. Just before dusk rendered everything indistinct, I saw it. A massive dark figure standing motionless between 2 distant pines. Even from hundreds of yards away, I could tell it was enormous, at least 8 feet tall, and watching the cabin with a stillness that suggested not just animal interest, but conscious observation. As darkness claimed the landscape, I lit the oil lamps my uncle had kept ready and built a fire in the fireplace. The warm light was comforting, but it also made the windows into black mirrors that reflected the room's interior, while concealing whatever might be looking in from outside. Throughout that night, I heard it moving around the cabin. Heavy footsteps on the porch, breathing at the windows, a curious scratching at the door. I sat awake, knife in hand, watching the entrances and listening to the sounds of something that had no business existing in these modern times. By morning, I had reached a decision. I would explore the mine, find what my uncle had discovered, and understand why he died. Only then could I leave this place behind. Because one thing had become perfectly clear. Whatever watched from the woods, whatever circled my cabin in the darkness, it wasn't just some animal. It was aware, intelligent, and had been interacting with my uncle for some purpose I still didn't understand. And now, it had turned its attention to me. Dawn broke with a heavy mist clinging to the lake's surface, obscuring the far shore and giving the landscape an otherworldly quality. I had dozed off sometime during the early morning hours, waking with a start to find the fire reduced to embers and sunlight filtering through the windows. A quick check of the cabin's exterior revealed numerous tracks in the soft earth. The same enormous footprints I'd seen by the mine, circling the building several times with particular concentration near the windows and doors. I spent the morning gathering supplies for my expedition to the mine. From my uncle's storage shed, I recovered a hard hat with a headlamp, heavy gloves, and a sturdy backpack. I packed water, energy bars, a first aid kit, and extra batteries. Most importantly, I found a shotgun mounted on brackets in the bedroom closet, along with a box of shells. I wasn't much of a gun person, but I knew enough to check that it was functional and load it properly. Before leaving, I studied my uncle's journals more carefully, looking for specific mentions of what he'd found in the mine. The entries were frustratingly vague, referring to artifacts and evidence without clear descriptions. One passage stood out. The connection between the mine's collapse in 1892 and the first documented sightings cannot be coincidental. The survivors' accounts mention retribution from the mountain guardians and those who walked before they knew what they had disturbed. The sealed chamber on the third level contains the proof. Other entries referenced local indigenous legends about tall ones who lived in the mountains, protecting sacred sites from human intrusion. My uncle had apparently interviewed tribal elders from the region who told him the area around Wanagi Lake had been considered forbidden territory for centuries, a place where the boundary between worlds was thin and ancient beings still walked. By mid-morning, I was ready to depart. The mist had burned off, revealing a perfect blue sky that belied the anxiety churning in my stomach. I left a detailed note in the cabin explaining where I was going, on the off chance someone came looking for me if I didn't return. The hike to the mine seemed shorter in daylight, though no less unsettling. Twice I heard movement in the underbrush paralleling my path, but nothing showed itself. At the mine entrance, I paused to study the ground more carefully. Fresh tracks led both into and out of the mine. My uncle had indeed entered, and apparently exited as well. But other tracks overlapped his, the enormous footprints now familiar to me. Whatever made them had followed him inside. Using the key I'd found, I unlocked the rusted gate and swung it open with a protesting squeal of metal. The entrance tunnel was surprisingly intact, shored up with timbers that had been maintained over the years, possibly by my uncle. My headlamp revealed a passage that extended about 20 feet before taking a downward turn. Taking a deep breath, I stepped inside. The air was cool and damp with that distinctive mineral smell of underground spaces. Water dripped somewhere in the distance, a steady plink that echoed through the passage. My footsteps sounded unnaturally loud on the stone floor. The main tunnel sloped steadily downward, with smaller offshoots branching away at intervals. Following my uncle's journal descriptions, I knew I needed to reach the third level down. Old wooden signs marked the way, though many were rotted or fallen. The first level contained mostly collapsed tunnels and rusted equipment. The second opened into a larger chamber that had clearly been the main work area, with the remnants of an ore processing station and crumbling carts on narrow-gauge rails. Finding the passage to the third level proved challenging. According to the journal, it had been deliberately obscured after the mine's abandonment. Eventually, I located a section of wall that seemed newer than its surroundings. Looking carefully, I found a metal ring nearly hidden among the rocks at floor level. Pulling it revealed a trapdoor leading to a steep set of stairs cut directly into the stone. My headlamp barely penetrated the darkness below. For a moment I hesitated. Every instinct warned against going deeper, away from the surface and safety. But I had come too far to turn back. The stairs descended in a tight spiral for what felt like hundreds of feet. The air grew colder and somehow heavier, pressing against my skin with an almost physical weight. When I finally reached the bottom, I found myself in a narrow passage that opened into a chamber much larger than I had expected. My light couldn't reach the far walls or ceiling, creating the disorienting sensation of standing on the edge of a void. The floor was smooth, unnaturally so, as if polished by centuries of use. And there, in the center of what my light could illuminate, stood a structure that stopped me cold. It wasn't part of the mine. It wasn't something built by the miners who had worked these tunnels. It was older, much older. A circular arrangement of stone pillars, each carved with symbols I didn't recognize, surrounding a central altar-like slab. The entire structure reminded me of a miniature Stonehenge, but these stones were black as coal and seemed to absorb my light rather than reflect it. On the central slab lay what I initially took to be a pile of cloth. Moving closer, I realized it was my uncle's jacket, neatly folded, with his journal placed on top. Beside these items were artifacts clearly collected from elsewhere in the chamber. Fragments of carved stone, a piece of what looked like an enormous vertebra, and a container filled with coarse, dark hair. I picked up the journal with trembling hands and opened it to the final pages. The last entry was dated the day of his supposed death. I was right. They are guardians, not monsters. What sleeps beneath must never be disturbed. The chamber beyond the pillars contains their most sacred site, where they've performed rites since before humans walked these lands. They've allowed me to observe from a distance, the greatest privilege any researcher could hope for. Tonight I will return one final time to complete my documentation. They have accepted my presence, but I harbor no illusions about my status. I am merely a tolerated witness to something ancient and powerful. If anything happens to me, whoever finds this should know. Do not fear them unless you threaten what they protect. Leave this place. Seal the entrance. Let them continue their vigil in peace. Some secrets belong to older powers than ours. The final line was written in a shakier hand. They're coming. I hear them descending. This may be my final entry. I lowered the journal, a chill running through me despite the sweat beading on my forehead. What had happened to my uncle after writing those words? If he'd died here, how had his body been found in his bed at the cabin? A sound from deeper in the chamber froze me in place, a scraping, like stone against stone, followed by what could only be described as rhythmic thumping, like massive footsteps approaching from beyond my light's reach. I barely had time to duck behind one of the stone pillars before something emerged from the darkness. It was enormous, at least 9 feet tall, with a powerful frame covered in dark matted hair. Its face remained in shadow, but I caught glimpses of intelligent eyes reflecting my hidden light's glow. Behind it came another, slightly smaller, but moving with the same deliberate grace. Their footsteps matched exactly the prints I'd found around the cabin and mine entrance. They approached the central slab, seemingly unaware of my presence. The larger one carried something in its massive hands, a bundle wrapped in what looked like animal hides. With surprising gentleness, it placed this bundle on the stone surface. Then both creatures began a series of movements that could only be described as ceremonial, accompanied by low, rumbling vocalizations that seemed to make the very air vibrate. I remained frozen, barely breathing, as the ritual continued. These were not animals. Their movements were too purposeful, too laden with obvious meaning. They were performing something sacred, something ancient, in a place that had clearly been theirs long before humans discovered the mountain's mineral wealth. As they finished and turned to leave, disaster struck. My hand, numb from maintaining my crouched position, slipped from the stone pillar. I caught myself, but not before dislodging a small cascade of pebbles that clattered across the chamber floor. Both creatures stopped instantly, heads turning with unnerving coordination toward my hiding place. For a breathless moment, nothing moved. Then, with shocking speed for being so large, they charged toward me. I ran, abandoning all pretense of stealth, racing back toward the spiral stairs with the sound of massive bodies in pursuit echoing behind me. I took the stairs two at a time, my headlamp bouncing wildly, creating a disorienting strobe effect that nearly sent me tumbling back down. Reaching the second level, I risked a glance back. One of the creatures was navigating the stairs, moving with a fluid grace that defied its size. Its eyes caught my light, amber gold and unmistakably aware. There was no mindless pursuit in that gaze, but calculated intent. I continued upward, lungs burning, legs trembling with effort. The shotgun bounced uselessly against my back. I'd never have time to turn and aim. My only hope was reaching the surface and somehow sealing the entrance behind me. When I finally burst into sunlight, I nearly wept with relief. Sprinting to the gate, I slammed it shut and fumbled with the padlock, fingers clumsy with adrenaline. Just as the lock clicked into place, a massive impact from the other side sent me sprawling backward. The gate bulged outward but held. Another impact followed, then another. Metal screamed as hinges threatened to tear free from stone. I scrambled away, waiting for the inevitable moment when the barrier would fail. Then, suddenly, the assault stopped. A deep, reverberating vocalization echoed from within the tunnel. Not a roar of rage, but something more complex, with distinct patterns that sounded almost like language. After a moment, a different call answered from deeper inside. Silence followed, stretching for so long that I began to wonder if they had retreated. Then a face appeared in the small gap between the gate and tunnel wall, not pressing forward, just watching. Even in shadow, I could make out a massive brow, deep-set eyes, and a jaw that suggested power beyond human capacity. Those eyes held mine for a long moment, communicating something beyond language. Not simple animal rage or fear, but a complex emotion I couldn't fully comprehend. Something between warning and sorrow. Then it was gone, retreating into darkness. I remained rooted to the spot, unable to process what had happened. Only when the sun began to dip toward the horizon did I finally gather myself enough to return to the cabin, constantly looking over my shoulder, certain I was being watched from the trees. That night, nothing circled the cabin. No breathing sounded at the windows. No footsteps creaked the porch boards. The forest remained silent, as if holding its breath, waiting for a decision to be made. In that silence, I realized I faced a choice my uncle had apparently made before me. I could leave this place, report what I'd found, bring others to investigate. Or I could honor what seemed to be my uncle's final wish, to protect the secret of what dwelled in these mountains, guarding something ancient and perhaps necessary. As I considered, a small sound drew me to the window. There, at the edge of the lake, illuminated by moonlight, stood the largest creature I'd seen yet. It raised a hand, so like a human's but massively out of scale, and seemed to beckon. It waited, patient and still, clearly visible and making no attempt to hide, an invitation or perhaps a test. I spent that night in a state of half-sleep, jerking awake at every creak and whisper of wind. By morning, I'd made my decision. Whatever had happened to my uncle, whatever secret he'd discovered in his years of research, I needed to understand it. Not just for closure, but because something fundamental had shifted in my perception of the world. If these creatures existed, intelligent, purposeful beings that had remained hidden from broader human awareness, what else might be real that we'd dismissed as myth or legend? The morning light revealed no tracks around the cabin, no evidence of my visitor from the previous night. But at the lake's edge, where I'd seen the creature standing, I found a single clear footprint in the mud, enormous, five-toed, pressed deep into the earth. Beside it lay a small object that caught the light, a carved piece of dark green stone, shaped into what appeared to be a stylized mountain peak, with strange symbols etched into its base. I recognized it immediately as matching artifacts in my uncle's collection, similar to fragments I'd seen on the altar in the mine. This was no accident, no dropped item. It was a deliberate placement. A message. Returning to the cabin, I spent hours poring over my uncle's research papers and journals, seeking any mention of similar objects or their significance. Eventually, in his earliest journal, I found a reference. The elders speak of calling stones, carved tokens used for generations to request audience with the forest guardians. Placed at specific sites during the correct lunar phase, they are said to open communication. Naturally, I dismissed this as folklore until I found the first carved stone fragment at the lake's edge after my initial sighting. 2 nights later, they approached the cabin for the first time. With trembling fingers, I flipped to the calendar. Tonight would be the full moon, the same lunar phase mentioned repeatedly in my uncle's accounts of significant encounters. Further searches through his papers revealed what I'd been missing, a hidden compartment in his desk containing his most private journal. This one was different from the research logs, more personal and emotionally raw. The entries painted a picture of a man who had gone from skeptical researcher to someone profoundly changed by what he'd discovered. The final pages contained the truth about his death, or rather, his disappearance. They've made an offer I never expected. After years of observation and cautious interaction, they've invited me to witness their most sacred ritual, what they call the renewal. No outsider has seen this in centuries, perhaps longer. The price is high. I must disappear from the human world. A body will be found, not mine, but one that will pass casual inspection. My affairs will be settled, my property transferred as I've arranged. I will be declared dead, freeing me to accept this final invitation. To whoever finds this, likely my heir, if all goes as planned, I'm sorry for the deception. But the knowledge I'll gain, the trust I've been offered, is worth more than the life I'm leaving behind. These beings have guarded ancient secrets since before our civilization began. They remember what we've forgotten, protect what we never knew existed. I go willingly into their world. I set the journal down, mind reeling. My uncle wasn't dead, or at least hadn't been when this was written. He had staged his own death to, what? Join these creatures? Learn from them? The journal didn't specify exactly what the renewal ritual entailed or what had happened after. One thing was clear: the property transfer, my inheritance, had been deliberately planned. He had wanted someone, me, to find this place, his research, perhaps even the creatures themselves. But why? The last page contained what appeared to be instructions, written in a hurried hand. If you've found this and chosen to stay rather than flee, you've passed the first test. The stone is an invitation. At moonrise, take it to the western shore where the 3 tallest pines stand together. Place it on the flat rock at the water's edge. Then wait. They will come. Listen to what they offer. Whatever you decide, remember, their existence must remain protected. Too many would destroy what they don't understand. I checked my watch. 4 hours until sunset, perhaps 5 until moonrise. Time enough to prepare, to consider what I was about to do. Part of me wanted to pack up and leave, to dismiss everything as the elaborate fantasy of an old man who had spent too many years alone in the wilderness. But I had seen them with my own eyes, felt their presence, witnessed their deliberate actions. The remaining hours passed in a blur of preparation and anxious waiting. I gathered supplies, flashlight, water, my uncle's journal for reference, and tried to calm my racing thoughts. What did they want with me? What had happened to my uncle? Was I walking into danger or something else entirely? As dusk settled over the lake, I made my way to the western shore. The 3 tallest pines were easy to spot, their massive trunks and towering height distinguishing them from their neighbors. At their base, where forest met shore, a flat rock jutted out over the water's edge, a natural altar of sorts. I placed the carved stone in the center of the rock's surface, then retreated a short distance to wait among the trees. The moon had not yet risen, but its glow was beginning to illuminate the eastern sky. The lake's surface was perfectly still, reflecting the emerging stars like a vast mirror. Time stretched as I waited, fighting the urge to flee with each passing minute. Just as the full moon crested the distant mountains, sending a silver path across the water, I heard them coming. Not with crashes through the underbrush as before, but with a silent, deliberate approach that somehow made their presence even more imposing. They emerged from the forest on the opposite shore, three massive figures silhouetted against the moonlight. They stood motionless for a long moment, as if assessing the situation, then entered the water. I expected splashing, but they moved with surprising grace, barely disturbing the surface as they crossed. I remained frozen in my hiding place as they reached my side of the lake and approached the stone I'd placed. The largest of them, at least 9 feet tall with shoulders twice the width of a large man, picked up the carved token and examined it. Then, with deliberate slowness, it turned toward my hiding place, eyes finding mine unerringly in the darkness. "You can approach," a voice said, not from the creature but from beside me. I nearly cried out in shock, spinning to find a human figure standing just feet away, an old man with a weathered face and familiar eyes. My uncle. "Calvin," I whispered, disbelieving. He nodded, a slight smile crossing his face. "I'm sorry for the deception. It was necessary. Come, they're waiting." Too stunned to resist, I followed as he led me toward the shore where the three massive beings waited. In the moonlight, I could see them clearly for the first time. Tall, powerful forms covered in dark hair, with faces that combined ape-like features with something unmistakably intelligent and almost human. Their eyes followed our approach with evident awareness. "They've been here for thousands of years," my uncle said quietly. "Long before humans built cities or wrote histories, they remember the ice retreating, the first people arriving in these valleys. They've watched us grow, spread, forget the old ways." We stopped a respectful distance from the creatures. The largest one made a series of gestures accompanied by deep, rumbling vocalizations. "He welcomes you," my uncle translated. "They've been watching since you arrived, assessing whether you could be trusted." "Trusted with what?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "With knowledge, with responsibility." My uncle turned to face me fully. "They're dying out. Their numbers dwindle with each generation as their habitat shrinks, as humans encroach further into the last wild places. This valley, this mountain, is one of their final strongholds." The creature made another series of sounds. "They've maintained their vigil all this time," my uncle continued, "protecting something ancient, something powerful buried deep beneath the mountain. The mine accidentally breached the outer chamber, which is why they intervened, frightening the miners away with what became the first documented Bigfoot sightings in this region." "What are they protecting?" I asked. My uncle's expression grew solemn. "They call it the Sleeper. I've only glimpsed it from a distance, but it's not from this world. It crashed here long before humans evolved, bringing something the Guardians called the change-making. It transforms living things, accelerates evolution. They believe it's responsible for their own development, their intelligence." He gestured toward the lake. "This entire valley is saturated with its influence, though contained by the Guardians' efforts. They use rituals to keep it dormant, to prevent it from awakening fully." "And you joined them?" I asked, still struggling to process his apparent defection from humanity. "I was offered a rare honor, to learn their ways, to help document their history and knowledge before it's lost. They're near the end of their time. They know this. They want their story preserved, even if their existence must remain hidden." The largest Guardian made a long, complex series of sounds, gesturing toward me repeatedly. My uncle listened intently, then turned to me with surprise. "They're offering you a choice, the same one they offered me. Stay, learn, help preserve their knowledge, or return to your life, but protect their secret." "Why me?" I asked. "Because you're my blood," he said simply. "Because you came here seeking truth rather than profit from this land. Because you faced your fear in the mine, but didn't bring others to hunt them." The Guardian stepped forward, extending an enormous hand in which rested another carved stone, this one larger and more intricate than the first. "This is their token of trust," my uncle explained. "If you accept it, you agree to become a guardian of their secret, whether you stay or go. Few humans have ever been offered this honor." I stared at the offered stone, my mind racing with implications. Everything I thought I knew about the world had been upended in the span of days. Creatures of legend stood before me, intelligent and purposeful. My supposedly dead uncle lived among them. Beneath the mountain lay something not of this earth. What happened to the body they found? I asked, still grappling with practical questions. My uncle's expression darkened. A hiker who died of exposure years ago. They preserved it knowing it might be needed. I'm not proud of that deception, but it was necessary. The guardian made an impatient sound, arm still extended with the offered stone. You must decide, my uncle said. Dawn approaches, and they must return to their sanctuary before daylight. I looked from my uncle to the massive beings waiting expectantly, then beyond, to the peaceful lake reflecting the full moon. Whatever choice I made would permanently alter the course of my life, and potentially impact beings who had guarded their secrets for millennia. With a deep breath, I reached out and accepted the stone. 1 year has passed since that moonlit night by Wanagi Lake. 1 year since I made a choice that changed everything. I didn't stay as my uncle had. After 3 weeks learning their basic communication and understanding the full scope of what the Guardians protected, I returned to my former life, but only to put affairs in order. I told friends I was taking a sabbatical, perhaps writing a book. Few questioned it. My life had always been somewhat solitary and independent. Now I divide my time between worlds. 3 weeks of each month, I live in the cabin, learning the ancient knowledge my uncle translates from the Guardians. Their history is rich and complex, a parallel civilization that evolved alongside our own, but chose secrecy and isolation over technological advancement. They possess understanding of the natural world that modern science is only beginning to grasp. 1 week each month, I return to civilization to maintain appearances and to subtly protect their existence through carefully placed misinformation. When reports of sightings emerge nearby, I'm there with rational explanations and falsified evidence pointing elsewhere. The property remains private, inaccessible, its boundaries now marked with warnings that discourage casual trespassers. The Guardians, they have a name for themselves that's difficult for human tongues to pronounce, so I've continued calling them by this title, have shown me wonders I could never have imagined. Deep cave systems that run for miles beneath the mountains, ancient artifacts left by civilizations even they only dimly remember, and glimpses, just glimpses, of the sleeper, a presence so alien and powerful that even after a year, I can barely comprehend what little I've seen. My uncle grows frailer with each passing month. He won't admit it, but I know his time among us is limited. The Guardians know it too. They've begun teaching me directly, no longer relying on his translations. Their language is challenging, part vocalization, part gesture, part something almost telepathic, but I'm learning. They seem pleased with my progress, though it's sometimes difficult to read emotions on their non-human faces. Last night, under another full moon, I participated in my first renewal ritual, the ceremony that maintains the sleeper's dormancy. Deep in the sacred chamber beneath the mountain, surrounded by guardians performing movements unchanged for thousands of years, I felt the power they work so diligently to contain. It pulsed beneath us, a living force with its own awareness, neither malevolent nor benevolent, but utterly alien in its purpose. Afterward, the eldest guardian, the one I've come to know as the teacher, showed me ancient markings deep in the caverns, depictions of what happened the last time the sleeper stirred from its slumber. The images were disturbing. Landscapes transformed, creatures changed in frightening ways, a world thrown into chaos as the boundaries between possible and impossible broke down. "This is why we watch," my uncle translated, though I was beginning to understand the Guardian's meaning directly. "This is why we remain." Today, as I write this account in my uncle's journal, now mine, I watch through the cabin window as 2 young guardians move through the forest's edge. They're learning the boundaries they must patrol, the signs they must watch for. They're the next generation of an ancient lineage, and they're fewer than those who came before. They know their kind is fading, that each generation sees fewer births, that their territory shrinks as humans expand ever outward. They face their eventual extinction with a dignity I find humbling. But they're determined their duty will not die with them. That's why they've chosen me, and others like me in different regions. We are to become the new guardians when they are gone, keeping watch over forces too dangerous to be unleashed, preserving knowledge too powerful to be forgotten. I've come to understand that Bigfoot sightings throughout history weren't mistakes or hoaxes or misidentifications, at least not all of them. They were glimpses of guardians fulfilling their ancient purpose, protecting humanity from truths we weren't ready to face. Night falls over Wanagi Lake. Soon I'll join my uncle and the guardians for another lesson in their ancient knowledge. Tomorrow, perhaps, we'll visit the deeper chambers where older secrets wait. And next week, I'll return briefly to the human world, carrying my dual identity like a secret talisman. I sometimes wonder what might have happened if I'd chosen differently that night. If I'd taken the stone but betrayed their trust, revealing their existence to the world. Would we have destroyed them in our fear? Would the sleeper have awakened without their vigil? Would something fundamental about our reality have changed? I'll never know. The choice I made has set my path. I am becoming what my uncle became before me, a bridge between worlds, a keeper of ancient truths. From the forest comes a call, deep, resonant, carrying further than any human voice could reach. It's time. They're waiting. I close this journal and prepare to answer. The night is dark, but I know the way. I've become part of something older and larger than myself, a continuous chain of guardians stretching back to the dawn of human consciousness. And in that knowledge, I've found a purpose I never knew I was seeking. I am the guardian of Wanagi Lake, and I am no longer afraid of what watches from the shadows.